second string and they acting like they know hitters. Ass on slow and bullshit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason for no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Listen off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. All you faggots paying attention, God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart, let it be your intervention. Lean back.
You'll have to give me a second to get ready. M went over his allotted time period for his show, ran into mine. I see how it is. I told him he's old news. Like, he needs to get out of the way so we can expand. But here we are.
And I reflect and I think about the past. It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. All my days really numbered.
At best, he's mediocre, but whatever.
Suggested you just keep it zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget, I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as
Potato, you know what I'm saying?
I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute.
Sure, Disgruntled Vets. Thanks. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed.
I saw you trying to convince them to let you be a mod. That was funny.
Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But inside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery. Pursue the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next balance on pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker.
Let me get back to the computer and I'll start the timer as quick as I can, guys. Sorry.
Fire up that cigarette, pour a shot to multiply. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed.
So, me and Liam went to fly the drone, and we were playing with it, and I was like, you want to see how fast it'll go? Like, I said, punch out. You want to see how fast it'll punch out, like go straight up? And he's like, yeah. And I went to take it off straight up, and the stand that the GPS sets on, took, snapped off, and it fell sideways. So then it thought sideways was up, and then it tried to turn sideways, and when it would turn sideways, it would flip the stand the other way, and then it would think that the up was up, and that son of a bitch come out of the sky from about 400 feet, cartwheeling down towards us. Flipped through a field, broke the fucking landing gear off. Oh, man. I hope my neighbors just realize how dangerous I am.
I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights, but out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal, but I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye, and the reason is.
All right, let's share the link. Also, who signed up for an account, a YouTube account under Daughter of Doug Kuzma, and is in my comments asking if anybody has seen their dad? He does not call or write me anymore. I'm worried he's not taking his medication. I saw that pop up in the comments. Naughty.
sunlight in my darkest days. So I sit back and relax, still asking myself the same questions, ignore the facts. I can't turn back. God, please answer me. I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this: I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me. It's hard to believe, and everything around me is so diseased. So answer this: who the fuck are you, and who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all His prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I've clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half mast. Hard to live when the move so fast, and everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions, but where the fuck is the light of my tunnel? So hand me the bounce, I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die when happiness is in short supply? They hand you a pill and they tell you to try to love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage.
What's up?
Spread some sunlight in my darkest days.
You're going to make your own digital medals? Oh, no.
Yeah.
I told them, you ran over your time slot. I wasn't very happy about that. Now you're in MySpace, okay?
Submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Try to prevent these events.
Someone, something like that. And
Damn, that was loud. Jesus Christ.
You can hear the contradiction. Maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain, and you be getting no relief. What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart. Let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit.
What's up, guys? Welcome. Just getting started. Be just a second. Damn it, Mirage, you make me lose my vape. I'm gonna knock you out. You come back in here.
Sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut.
I remember MySpace. What I had before I had a MySpace was a thing called a Xanga. It was Xanga, I think, something like that.
I can't forget. I take myself a little trip down memory lane. It's as real as it gets. Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me.
What the hell is going on there? Hold on, it logged me out of chat, guys. I'm trying to get it back up before we get started.
But aside my desperation, I was seeking desperate measures. There's a change up in the season, and I'm just a little weathered. There's a thin line between happiness and misery. Pursue the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hot.
God, I'm back in a chat at least. Jesus Christ.
Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000 prayers with no reply. Can't call my nightmares with a motherfucking lullaby. So fire up that cigarette, pour a shot to multiply. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me.
Oh, I guess I should have changed the music about 2 minutes ago. Here we go.
Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get.
Alright, guys, let's get started.
Best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better.
Welcome. I am Will Bird, and this is the Cold Beer Confessional. Thank you for joining us today. We've got quite a show planned. Now that M is done grandstanding, trying to become famous over here, we can have our little modest show with our small audience and do our thing. But I didn't want him stealing all our thunder. I know, he is the thunder thief, I would say. But anyways, tonight we are going to talk about Madison Marquette. Madison Marquette, also known as, what was her name? Stephanie Dawn Williams? Is that her name? Stephanie Dawn Williams? I don't know. I got it pulled up. We're going to talk about her tonight. She is the porn star turned traffickee turned federal witness against Joe Biden's clone. So we're gonna check that out. We're gonna go through that. We're gonna talk about her some. Not only has she made it onto Brad's show, she was just on there the other night. Not really on there. He just covered a video of her, but she was on with Jaco, which is probably where we're gonna start a video he's got. She was on with Jaco, and everybody's like, her story's so consistent. You can tell she's not lying because her story never changes. Brad even says, I'm going to show you, actually, I'll show you his clip first. Brad says, the person who submitted this to me has watched her on probably 2 or 3 platforms. Look, she is so consistent. Anyways, before we get started, make sure you're subscribed. I got this channel here, and then I got Cold Beer Creations. I'm trying to get a video out over there, but I keep destroying my drone, so that hasn't happened yet, but it's coming, I promise. Me and Liam just a short today, I was telling the people that were in chat earlier, or the people that were here chatting before the show started, I was telling them that it come falling out of the sky by about 400 feet straight down into a cartwheel and chased us down the hill. It was pretty fun. Thank you for the sub. No matter where you're at, make sure you like and share the video if you can. This includes Facebook. And if you want to go above and beyond that, you can go to cultclub.com, KULTKLUB.com, cultclub.com, spelled with K's. Or if you're coming from Facebook, go to buymeacoffee.com/cold beer. We also have an Amazon wish list. All this stuff will be in the chat. I just say it at the first, and then a bot brings it up the rest of the time. We have an Amazon wish list, Facebook, buymeacoffee.com, so it doesn't ask you to log in. GoFundMe. We got the GoFundMe going on for the house that we're losing. Telegram. Join us on Telegram. We have a Telegram and a Discord, and I think that's about it, right, guys? Oh, and I'm monetized on YouTube now. So if you want to send a super chat, you can, but just realize you're giving YouTube 30% of it. But whatever. Let me, I got Jaco pulled up now. Let me grab Brad because that's where I should have started at. So let me open another tab right quick. Rumble.com. And we're going to talk about how she's never changed her story. That seems to not be true. Because the way she changes her story is not the story. She's got it pretty much memorized. It's the characters in the story. She has just recently added Joe Biden to get some more attention. Her book sales are plummeting. They've kicked her off Amazon. Her own mom and sister have came out against her. And let's check out the Brad Barton story here. Let me get it up for you. Here we go. Ah, there she is. Look at that. Beautiful. He always has the goofiest fucking stupid ass video he's got. The Swampy Awards. Look at this. Ellen DeGeneres. It not only does it look like Ellen DeGeneres, it looks like that it also looks like that Mark Stern guy that's always in here talking shit. Mark, are you Ellen's clone? Oh, that's it. Oh. There
For
it is,
parts
Rusty.
for a new lawn dart. Since you are an army boy, you aren't meant to fly.
That's right. Apparently not. I should have got something air cav at least. I don't know. That son of a bitch. What happened was, I'll tell the story real quick because that's not what this show's about. But me and Liam were playing with it and it was flying perfect. I just rebuilt it. I mean, it was doing everything. It was going perfect. And then I said, "Hey Liam, you want to see how fast it'll punch out? Like how fast it'll go straight up?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I took off straight up. And when I did, there's a little GPS puck on there, and it's on a mast, like it's stood up away from the motors, so the motors don't interfere with it. And it's round, so it catches a lot of air. And I only had it zip tied on because I hadn't mounted it permanently. This was just rebuilt. I was just testing it. It snapped over. Then it couldn't. And that's the GPS and compass, and it couldn't tell which way was up. So it kept trying to turn, and every time it would turn, it would flop the GPS over and think a different way was up. And, man, it was fucking... I've never seen one spin that fast. End over end. Tell me that don't look like Mark Stern. You guys have seen his profile picture in here when he's talking shit. I think that's him. Oh no. Oh no. Now they're being arrested. Oh no. Best pardon of the year. This is so... Jesus, I'm embarrassed for you. Why did you give Jeff Bezos a penis on his head? I love how they pulled the game stonks into the QAnon. Like it's all tied together. We told those guys to do that. Oh yeah, he did have to warn about the language. The Backstabbing Rhino Award. I wonder if he pays for these or if he just steals them from the iDrop Media or whatever. Sop of the Year Award. Wow. Your stream ended with a fail. Oh no. Alright, I'm gonna try to skip through this. How long could this possibly be? Jesus Christ. Oh, here is the greatest dumb takedowns of the year. Washington, D.C., Underground Evil, the Vatican, Artifacts in Gold, and the islands with the pedo tunnels. They didn't even mention the meat hooks. That's what they missed out on, the meat hooks. Who is bad as Vikings. Oh, no. Even Brad says, there's Lynn Wood. Look at Sidney Powell. What is this? This is worse than the Commanders General's artist. Return of Trump. Save the children. Dark to light. Such a smooth intro. Click, click.
All right, welcome to the show tonight, folks. We have got a big eye opener for you tonight. Let me tell you. And yes, you probably saw I had a tooth extracted. I had to go through oral surgery today, and it knocked me loopy and knocked me down, but it didn't knock me out. I am back and ready to bring you some great news.
It kind of is embarrassing to watch.
Okay, so a couple of housekeeping things.
Definitely boomer material.
So here's the deal. A lot of you have sent me emails.
I haven't shown Brad in a while because I'm mad that he cut me out of the satellite phone deal, and he put Doug in my place. I don't think that was very fair. The frogs don't deserve it. That was my deal. And then they backcharged me for my satellite phone. Like, I was supposed to get this for free and 12 months of service for free, and they backcharged me, and this is literally the only phone I got. It doesn't even do Telegram, okay? This is it. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this anymore. Don't call me. The ringing vibrates and knocks my computer off the desk.
Emails about, you had something wrong with your order from the merch store or whatever, and I apologize. I'm trying to get those emails.
That's an antenna, Mark. That's an antenna.
Okay, who is in Kentucky. And so
just because it vibrates that hard doesn't mean it's a dildo.
So I'm going to try to get all of those done as quickly as I can over the next 24 hours. I've got to set it up where anything that has to do with merch goes to him instead of me, because I'm just a middleman. I can't do anything about it. I don't even have a shirt here besides the ones I'm wearing. Okay, so if I hadn't gotten back with you,
he was so not ready for any of this. Sometimes I feel bad for him, and then I go back and read the email he fucking sent me where he's like, I'm gonna fucking sue you. You got one chance to stop, or I'm taking you out, and all that shit. Thank you for the sub.
Sorry, I'm doing all I can. I wanted to, though, wish a happy Father's Day to everyone.
Oh, thank you, Brad. I appreciate it.
That's a father out there, and a father.
I'll get you on Millionaire Appreciation Day.
Father is not someone that is a breeder, for lack of a better word. Somebody that just
a breeder
helps create a kid and then leaves them. A father is somebody who is a father, and we've got a lot of great ones on Little Talk Show Nation and all over this country, I know. So, congratulations to you.
Stepdad just trying not to spend time with.
But it's one that you've done, you've taken it upon yourself. And I'm a proud father of 3 kids that God's blessed me and Kristen with. And but I also wanted to show you another. I had another.
I see what you did there, Jane.
Happy Father's Day to all the men out there doing double duty. Let me show this one to you. Check this out.
Okay, it's going to take a minute. We got to look at the screen. It's going to take a minute for sure.
Hold on, here it is.
Uh-oh, where's it at? I think I found it. Where's it going? There you go. Oh.
Happy Father's Day to all the men out there doing double duty. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right.
The highlight of his show is a meme that people send him.
Well,
he's doing the meme review.
Let me put myself back on here. Okay, so here's the deal. All right, tonight I'm going to bring you an absolute bombshell that you're going to watch. Now, I want to before I go into that, though, I just remember this. Thank you, Jesus. Listen, a lot of you didn't understand the show last night.
Okay, so he is answering right here. We haven't covered this. I have watched the video. He showed this guy who was doing like a video in his car, and a lot of people got mad because it sounded a lot like the guy was saying that it was over with. We need to plan for something else. Like, we need to get ready for this. We need to get ready for that. But Trump's not coming back. Well, you know that his fan base is going to buck on that, of course. So some of his fan base flipped out. So he basically calls them stupid and tells them they need to watch it and slow it down.
The guy in the car talking with the music that you let me know you didn't like. Guess what? I didn't produce the video.
We don't like the music.
I can't do anything about it.
We don't like it.
But the guy was not saying Trump is not coming back. People were confused, I noticed on comments. So are you saying Trump's not? No. You missed the point. Go back and it's easy to do.
There's one of those, somebody said his mock-up of Mount Rushmore. There's one of those companies that's selling Mount Rushmore with Trump and JFK on it.
This is a hard.
I can't remember where. One of the grifters is advertising for it.
Wrap your head around. It took me about 3 or 4 times to watch it. Okay, and I kept slowing it down and stopping it and reading it. And he's saying that the reason it's taking so long is because it must be done this way. And he gives you all the reasons why. It makes absolute brilliance. It makes absolute sense.
Oh, okay.
So, again, go back and watch that on last night's show. All right, so now, on to tonight's show.
All right, here we go.
I'm going to bring you a lady named Madison Marquette.
Oh, no. It's going to be bad from here. Madison Marquette. Amateur porn star.
Has been,
well, I guess she was professional porn star. Semi-professional?
Trafficked. We're going to be talking about the sex trafficking. We're going to be talking about she is going to absolutely drop some massive bombs that's going to...
Massive.
Let's just say you're going to love hearing. Some of this may be hard to hear, okay, but you need to hear it.
Are you going to love hearing it?
We all need to hear it. But she is going to expose some people and some very high up people, okay? And so with no further ado...
I can tell you, so Madison's not her actual name. If we refer back to, if we go over here and refer back to this, this warrant, her name is actually Stacy Dawn Williams. She goes by several aliases, but this active warrant for her arrest is actually her name she's going by in California, at least. That's why she can't go to California, even though her social media status says she lives in California. She's living in Colorado because she's got warrants in California and can't return home. But yeah, there you go. I'm sorry about that. I'm just checking her name
on here, okay, and
don't want to mispronounce it or nothing, misspell it.
Hello and welcome. This is a Great British Bird podcast, and today we're going to be tackling the subject of human trafficking. We have a very special guest, Madison, who herself was trafficked. She's a mum, she's a patriot, and she's now devoting her life to fighting it. So, hi, Madison, and thank you so much for agreeing to talk to us.
Hi.
Hi. And we also have the Great British Bird herself.
Oh, no.
Hi, Claire, how are you doing?
Hi, how are you doing? Okay.
I'm good. So we're going to get into it. Just a slight warning, this is going to be a hard watch. It's going to be very harrowing, but it's a topic that needs to be addressed because the
Mark is hitting on you. Well, put on your sunglasses and a brave face.
mainstream media will not go anywhere near it. We're alternative media, so we will. So, Madison, you were involved in a major political scandal with 2 very prominent US officials or politicians, and they don't get much bigger than these guys. Could you explain who they are and what happened, please?
Okay, here we go.
So as you said, was trafficked. I'm a survivor of it. Everyone keeps saying to stop saying survivor, say I'm a warrior, whatever.
That the last movie she was in, I think it was called Lawrence of Arabia. That was a hard watch.
So I was trafficked through the adult film industry, the porn industry here. And I was owned by a man named Derek Hayes of LA Direct Models. He trafficked me through the elite of Hollywood and global politicians, including George Soros and Joe Biden. So those are two of the big ones. I've spoken out against other actors.
George Soros and Joe Biden. Wow, those are big names.
But we're talking about the politicians here, so we'll just focus on those two at this point in time.
So anyway, you were involved in a tribunal. And could you talk a little bit about that? Because apparently that was in the White House, was it not?
Yes, you did say it was in the White House. You said you were testifying inside the White House. Has your story changed?
I can't say the location of where I was.
Oh, that's weird.
Because I'm under a gag order, but...
It's weird because you just said the White House last time you talked about it.
Yes, I did get subpoenaed to go testify in these tribunals. I testified over 100 times against the elite and globalists. I've spoken out against them. Again, I can't speak up because I'm under a gag order, and there still are arrests that are happening at this point in time. So, yes, what do you want to know?
Okay, just tell me a little bit about the
Gag Order. That was also a film she appeared in.
Tribunal. What you can, what it involved, and who was there, and what your role was exactly.
Let me pause this and say this real quick. I want you to understand something. The people that I've gotten this from have thoroughly checked out this woman.
The people he's gotten this from have thoroughly checked out this woman. I bet you're thinking, Brad, you mean they did background checks? They called and checked the validity of her story? They went back and checked these locations she said she was at, like in the jail where she was being raped, or at this club where she appeared with all these other girls who would have had witness statements, or with this church she said she went to for help, or with the company she said she worked for as a model, or with any of these people who she says was around at the time. That's what they checked. Is that how they got the validity of the video down? Let's see.
Under a gag order, and there still are arrests that are happening at this point in time. So, yes, what do you want to know?
Okay, just tell me a little bit about the tribunal. What you can, what it involved, and who was there, and what your role was.
It wasn't Schindler's Wharf. It was Shin Tickler, or Shin Giggler, the gut tickler, I think was the name of it.
Exactly.
Let me pause this and say this real quick. I want you to understand something. The people that I've gotten this from have thoroughly checked out this woman. They have watched her probably on 3 different outlets or whatever.
Oh my God. The people that Brad got this intel from have thoroughly checked out this woman. They've probably seen her on at least 3 shows. And I knew Schindler's Fist. I knew I had to get her on my show. She's been on at least 3 shows. And I'm number 4, so I would say she checks out. Story has been validated at least 3 shows. Outlets. What more is there to prove?
They said her story never changes. It's like reading a book. When someone is lying and can go on and on and on forever, if they're lying,
is on and on and on and on forever 3 outlets? You've heard her tell the story 3 times, and you think it sounded the same all 3 times. That's what we're going on?
Their story will change slightly because they can't remember it. When you've been through what she's been through, it's been burned into her mind. Okay? This is, I believe, absolutely 100% legit. Okay, here we go.
Sure. So
The last 3 outlets I saw her on were all $12.99 a month.
I actually got, so I'm suing my traffickers. I had filed lawsuits against my traffickers.
I'm suing my traffickers. We'll learn that none of those lawsuits are filed.
So I have an attorney. My attorney had called me and said, you got a subpoena, but we need to meet. So I didn't know what that meant. So like, okay. So I went and met with her, and she's like, this is not your normal subpoena. It's a military subpoena. I'm like,
Not true. So why the fuck would a military subpoena be worried about a porn star that's getting passed around Hollywood?
what? I don't understand. She's like, well, this is you have to go testify in a military court. And I said, I don't understand.
Okay.
It's not military. Why would I have to do that? I was very confused, right, of why I'm going to go testify.
One reason I think that a lot of these people aren't being sued for like slander and stuff that's going on is one, it's really hard to prove slander when you're talking about a public figure. But even in cases like this where I think they have a right of way, apparently like a lot of the court systems are so far behind from COVID and the lockdown and shit. Like simple suits are taking 3 to 5 years to get through the court system, and then they've got to have something that you want, right? So what do you want? Restitution? You want money? Does she have anything? Is it worth pursuing? Is she reaching enough people to really affect anything? Is the people that she's reaching actually changing their mind, or do they already think that you were an evil, horrible person? Yeah.
She said, well, because your evidence and things have gone into court, you need to go testify in their criminal case, and they've been arrested by the military.
They've been arrested by the military.
Under trial in the military. So I go, okay, I will go. And at first I didn't want to because, again, I'm putting myself at risk by going and saying this stuff happened to me, putting myself.
Her attorney is secret until last week where she became her own attorney.
At extreme risk. So I said, fine, I'm going to go. I went a couple times. I mean, I was going back and forth to DC multiple times. I'm like, listen, I just need to go where I do bust out all the tribunals at once because this is exhausting. And
yes, Pantomime Panty Time. That was another one of the films she was in.
I do have a life and job and kids and like, let's go. So I went out, testified over 100 times against multiple people, one of which who was Joe Biden. He was the very last person that I testified against. You know, it's hard to make let me just say this before I kind of get into all of it, is going and making that choice wasn't a choice about me. I've forgiven my traffickers. I've forgiven what has happened to me. But this to me It's
also strange that she came out with it. She wrote this book in 2014, and it never really gained traction. You'll see because her own family's fighting her, denying the validity of her claims. But if we're talking about the all-powerful deep state, why didn't they just have her disappeared? Why didn't she end up, Minecrafting herself in a jail cell somewhere with 3 rounds to the back?
I either serve my country and love my country so much that I'm going to go sit on a stand and put myself at risk so my children and my children's children can have a better future. And so to me, it was a calling that I had to go do as hard as it was. So when we did the tribunals, and Claire and I had talked about this a couple times, Joe Biden was there. Well, Joe Biden, right, was there. And he was the last one. And I don't get emotional a lot. I'm not an emotional person. I obviously got emotional at the borders and whatever yesterday or a few days ago with Claire. But Joe, they kept saying identify.
Oh.
So many holes in her story, I mean.
All them holes for the filling. That's part of it. Thank you very much, Bucka, for the donation. I appreciate it.
How do you identify someone in a courtroom when it's not, that's not him? Like, you seem like you're going crazy, even though you're not crazy. So you're like, okay, I can't point at him. I can't say that that's him, because then I'm creating a treasonous act against the country because I can't identify. So
Oh, by the way, she's on Twitter saying that she has the receipts. She has proof for all of this. Every bit of it she can prove with the receipts. She keeps saying the receipts, like the kids say. I got the receipts. And then how do you get to see the receipts? You go to her Telegram. The only problem is, on her Telegram, there's a pinned message that says, if you are wanting proof, then this channel isn't for you. She has the receipts for everything she speaks about, and we'll drop the receipts sometime here. But think about what you all are asking her. You are asking her, where did they go? You're asking her for her rape and torture videos. She will not be posting those, nor would any of us that love her allow her to do so, just because you were scammed by these mega church pastors like the Grahams and the T.D. Jakes. T.D. Jakes. Why'd I keep saying day? T.D. Jakes. Doesn't mean you get a green light to attack Madison or what she is doing. Wake up, people. There will be a lot more than the grams that shock you. If you don't like it, you can leave, but this is the first of many she is going to expose. Buckle up, because she's still exposing people. Billy Graham, that was somebody who tortured and seduced her and had their way with her.
I said to my attorney, I'm not going to identify him, but he is guilty. So what they did is, because I do have evidence of all my rapes and torture, and when I speak out, I don't speak out against anyone that I don't have actual physical evidence against. I don't have any evidence on me whatsoever. All that evidence is across the world.
She also recently exposed a bakery for making something called voodoo donuts. I don't even want to go down that hole.
Across to different people. But in the court, I said, in the videos, this is who that is. Because I wasn't going to identify a man sitting there that looked like him, but wasn't him. Then you feel like you're kind of like going a little bit cuckoo, right? You want to ask me?
Let's just ask you about that, because the Biden that we see, we also...
Okay, so she claims Biden is also a clone, so she couldn't point him in the courtroom. She had to do something, or it's an actor or something. There is literally no evidence. Like I said, if here's her Telegram here, and if you go to it, this is what you get. Again, those of you asking for evidence, you're not going to get it here. Even though she says this is where the evidence is, if you ask her for evidence on Twitter, she says to go to Telegram. If you go to Telegram, you're not getting any evidence. She also exposes, like I said, this is the voodoo donuts. That's the voodoo donuts. You see the symbolism and how horrible it is and how it looks. This, I've actually seen this. That reminds me a lot of Madison. I think I saw that in a film somewhere. The pink one, at least. Anyway, she says this is clear symbolism on this voodoo donut. You won't guess who bought them. It was Franklin Graham, son of Billy Graham. His father was one of the biggest perpetrators of them all, and his son is following right in his footsteps with buying these voodoo donuts. Like, I don't know. It seems like she's gone a little far. Maybe she needs some mental help. She also passed on the ownership of her Telegram channel to her friends, which we'll find out. It seems as if she doesn't have friends. She just poses as different people to give herself validity. She writes her own reviews for her own books and backs up her own story herself. It's... I don't know. It's gotten even weirder since she said she started kicking down doors and rescuing kids. She does stuff like she does a post that says like it's a black and white photo of her with like a hoodie on, and it says prayers before the battle. These babies are the most important, and the children are the chosen for the Most High. We are going to get you out of there. And then she claims that she's running missions with these teams. That's something we're going to show about her. But first, let's talk about who she is. Okay, so she's got outstanding warrants in California. One of the reasons we know she's got outstanding warrants in California is by her book review site, which is here. So this is Goodreads.com. Goodreads does it collects book reviews and puts them together. And a lot of people did book reviews. This is her book, My Father's Daughter, which came out in 2014 and didn't do well at all. So instead, she started adding names to it. Like she started with Tom Hanks. There was no Biden. There was no Soros. I think she just chose Tom Hanks by pure dumb luck. And the QAnon people picked up on it because they don't like Tom Hanks. So when they picked up on it, she said, oh, this is my market right here. That's when she added George Soros. And then when George Soros kind of burned out, that's when she added Joe Biden. And just by luck, Joe Biden is now the president of the United States. And she's winning that way. But let's check out some of the reviews. Someone named Harmony said, I didn't read this. This is my cousin. Her name isn't really Madison. She's a pathological liar and has been in and out of jail for fraud. This book is complete lies. Her 5 sisters can attest to that. Don't bother reading this. She wrote this for attention. Yes, she did porn, but the accounts about her family are 100% false. That's weird. Then Hendrix, somebody named Hendrix, answers and says, Harmony, don't be fooled. Grace John and John Grace and Freedom accounts are both Madison. Both profiles are from Colorado in the same place where my sister is now living. I follow her on Facebook, which she's been in Facebook jail. She says she's almost done with law school. We know that's one of her many lies. This book is full of lie after lie. I hope she gets help too, Harmony. We've tried for too long. She keeps changing her location on Facebook to say Newport Beach as well, but she's got warrants in California, and she's still in Colorado. She really needs help. Feel so bad for my nephews. She is mentally ill and needs help. She has been diagnosed as a sociopath. She left California because she was in and out of jail for fraud. Look online. It's all there. It is. Anyone who knows her already knows all of this. There was also a case about a hit and run with injury. That's true. She was part of a hit and run with injury, and she's got a warrant out for that. She's also scamming her ex-husband, which you can locate all this information online. Nothing is hidden. Look up Madison Hendrix in Colorado. Her lies are finally catching up to her. By the way, one important story or one important fact you need to know about this. Her story is she joined a company called LA Choice Model, I think is the name of it. And it was ran by a guy who was actually busted for doing prostitution, okay? The guy, Eric Hayes, I think. Anyways, he was actually busted for prostituting out some of the models. That's why she grabbed that name and it made her feel good. And she may have even done porn with him. The entire time that she was supposedly locked in a room, driven to every appointment she had so she couldn't flee, and sold around California, not before she went to like Joe Biden, Bill Gates, and all that crazy shit, but when she was being sold around Hollywood and locked up in a room, she was married to her husband, and apparently during her capture, where she was being sold around, she was also allowed to keep him off the trail. She was allowed to take several vacations with him and his brother, where she said she felt too embarrassed and too ashamed to come forward. So how are you being held hostage behind a locked door, and also you have a husband who hasn't noticed that you're not home ever because you're locked in a room, and you also get to go on vacation with him? Since a lot of people seem to be on to Madison, I'll go ahead and let y'all all in on the truth. Madison, whose real name is Stacey Dawn Williams, pathological liar, and has been ever since she was a child. Please check into her stories before believing anything that comes out of her mouth. She is not in law school. This is a fact that can be proven. She never even graduated high school. You don't go from no high school diploma straight to law school without finishing high school or having an undergrad somewhere. She admits she's never been to college, but her current story is she just finished law school. I don't know if she doesn't understand how you get into law school, but you don't just go to law school to be a lawyer. Please fact check. Ask her where she did her undergrad. Ask her questions that only someone in law school would know. She won't be able to answer them because... Sorry, I lost place. I lost my place. She won't be able to answer because she's lying. Listen to her story. She says the same thing over and over. They bought me and sold me without my consent. She can't provide any further... She can't provide any further details because she doesn't have any unless she makes them up. If she does happen to provide details, ask her about them a few weeks later. I bet she won't remember them because she's lying. That's another thing. Her story is so plain and so vague. Of course, she's going to remember the majority of it. Who are the people who bought and sold you? Well, I just added George Soros and Joe Biden. Those are the two. The guy named Steven, who she outs as a mega church pastor, was actually her boyfriend who broke up with her when he realized she was doing porn. And yes, it was porn, not being trafficked through the porn industry. We used to get her paychecks at our house. That's how we found out that she was doing porn in the first place. Thank you, Patsy. Lemon character doing a victory dance with maracas in his hand. For some reason, it describes it to me instead of showing me the picture. Thank you, Patsy. $9.99 super chat. That's how we discovered she was doing porn. And yes, it was porn, not being trafficked in the industry. We used to get her paychecks. That's how we discovered, blah, blah, blah. Her outlandish stories of training with FBI agents, because now she's combat trained for some reason. They decided to train her in combat and hand-to-hand combat and close quarters combat with a firearm for some reason. Is totally untrue because she has warrants out for her arrest in California. Also, those guns she claims she has are probably a lie too, since she probably wouldn't pass the background check to get one because she's under investigation for a felony hit and run in California. Just read her outlandish stories on Facebook of all the times she confronted her about not wearing a mask, and then she either told them off or there happened to be 4 federal agents in the building who stood up and pointed a gun at the person who forced her to put a mask on. Come on, people. So I honestly think that she's got some type of disorder that makes her tell stories about confrontation. Like, I've met people like this. Every time they tell you a story, it's like, if you believe the stories they told, basically every time they go out in public, they almost come to blows with 2 or 3 people. Like, I don't know what that's called. I don't know what that disorder is. But I have friends, and sometimes every time they tell me a story, it always ends up with them, like, yelling at somebody or threatening to beat the shit out of somebody or challenging somebody out in the parking lot or getting in a fight. Like, it always ends like that. I don't know what that disorder is, but I know people have it. Stories on Facebook. It doesn't even sound realistic. Don't get me started on the millions of dollars she's been offered to stop naming names. She claims that's a claim she has. She says she's been given millions of dollars, or offered millions of dollars to stop naming names. She claims everything has to be kept quiet for her protection. It's not for her protection, it's because she's lying, and she doesn't want to provide evidence because there isn't any. The other claims are that her family is trying to silence her because they are in on it and know the truth. She is saying that in response to reviews like this and Stacy. Okay, we're going to learn about her sister, and this girl, Madison, claims that her sister is trying to... Yeah, I showed the warrants. Claims that her sister is trying to silence her. Her sister is literally a prosecutor in Riverside, California, that handles and specializes in prosecuting rapist and sexual harassment crimes. Literally, that's her job. So why would her sister be trying to silence her? You don't need to waste your time coming up with a fake account so you can respond to this review. I know it's you. Her latest bomb of Greg Laurie and Toby Mac. You guys know who Toby Mac is? Hold on. Toby Mac is like a religious pop star, I guess. Toby Mac, better known by Stapleton, is an American Christian hip-hop recording artist. It's always got to be someone bigger and badder to grab a headline. Always. Always, always, always. She's basically accused everyone. Are made up, and frankly, I wish one of them would sue her for false accusations so that maybe she will learn her lesson. She conned this church into publishing this book for her, and she conned Triple X Church. That is a lot of people in her reviews said, look, I usually like the stuff that comes from Triple X Church, that comes recommended from Triple X Church. Not this one. It's horrible. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't flow. It doesn't go together. There's no evidence. It's almost like it's fiction. Into publishing this book for her, and they removed all traces of her from their website and stopped printing her books once they figured out who she was. That's exactly right. The only books she has left are the ones that she personally had, that she got from the publisher that she was going to sell on her own website. They're not available anywhere else because they stopped printing it. The books she is selling are the few she has left from the first scam. That's why you can't purchase them on Amazon or anywhere else. Hope that's enough inside information to keep you digging for the truth yourself. Look her up on Orange County Sheriff's website for outstanding warrants. It's all there. Enjoy the review, Stacy. P.S. Her dad never told her, if you love Jesus, take off your clothes. That is an accusation about her own father, which from accounts from her other siblings, her father was stern, but he was a good guy. He never abused any of them. He never did any of that. Never any sexual stuff. He was just a stern father, right? He was strict. One sister said she never even raised his voice, and she's coming out and saying that he told us if you love Jesus, you have to take off your clothes. It's really disgusting that the story that she's peddling. You should be ashamed of yourself, Stacy. Then, okay, this Grace John and Freedom and whatever, these are actually Madison herself defending herself because no one else is. I find it funny how this entire family tries extremely hard to quiet this one woman's voice. How would this person even know that all these people are family members? They are not in her life for that very reason. Someone that is trying to shut up someone so much means they are trying to hide something. No, I mean, if someone baselessly went out and made these claims about me, I would be trying to fight it every way I could. Every way I possibly could. Harmony mentioning she is her cousin. No one blood related to her are her family. They are sick, twisted souls that need help. They have not been in life for over 9 years. The things they are posting are disgusting. This is clearly her. No one else would know this about her. Madison, what you have accomplished and the woman you have helped from your book is inspiring. I'm sorry so many people are trying to quiet your voice. You are strong and amazing. The Harmony that says it's her cousin says she didn't even read it, so how can she claim it's false? I find the action of her family's reaction to prove truth to this woman's story. You are amazing, Madison. You are strong. Only the guilty would try to silence you. You are loved. And then this also seems like it's probably her. This is an amazing book by an amazing woman. This Harmony character sounds like a complete sociopath and psychopath. I tend to believe everything in this book because if this is her supposed family, they wouldn't be acting like this. No wonder this poor woman ended up in an abusive situation. Her family, that even sounds like her because she blames everything that happened to her, starting with her family. Her mom didn't believe her. Her dad told her if she loves Jesus, she had to take off her clothes. It's just, it all rolls back to, that's where she starts the blame at. And this abusive writing, these reviews, these sick people writing these awful reviews should be ashamed of themselves. They obviously have nothing better to do than stalk this poor woman. What a bunch of cowards they are. Get a life. You obviously are bitter old women with dried up pussies. The hell of a hit there. It's a hell of a hit. So it's starting to come together that these crazy claims are just like they sound crazy. You can't start out just, I was trafficked by unnamed people around Hollywood. And then when that doesn't get enough traction, well, then you drop an actor from Entourage. And then when that doesn't get enough traction, then you drop this other person's name. And when that traction dries up, then you drop Tom Hanks. And then you notice the QAnon people pick up on it, and then you go for George Soros. And then that kind of wears off of the QAnon, the George Soros. Then you go for fucking Joe Biden. And that's exactly the way it escalated. It wouldn't surprise me if the next thing she comes out, it says Kamala Harris, or she says something about Michelle Obama before her sex change was trafficking her. I wouldn't doubt that a bit if she hasn't already made that claim. Let's go back to this. I want to get to this part where she also claims she is now saving these kids. And then we'll go into stuff, what she did with Jaco, and we'll go to her Twitter page where she claims she's graduating law school a year after she announced she was attending, 1 year later, and she's never graduated high school.
Cut the kids' throats and stuff, but from there
to the Coyote to get in. And all of these are the people that are
made it very clear to me that it is his belief, 100%, that is not Joe Biden.
Lin Wood made it very clear to Brad that it is his belief that the Joe Biden that they claimed wasn't in Washington, D.C., but now they have to admit he's in Washington, D.C. because everybody sees him in Washington, D.C., is not Joe Biden. It is, in fact, an actor.
There. He believes he's a white hat. Now, again,
Speaking of, I don't want to change the subject. We're talking about Madison right now. Have you guys seen the clip that Charlie Ward claims is the outtakes from Joe Biden's, from Jim Carrey playing Joe Biden? Have you guys seen that clip?
In a role, again, I haven't figured out all the pieces yet. Okay, so, but again, Trump is in charge of the military. Now, there may be some military out there, that some lower levels that don't know, but the higher levels.
So that's their out. The military, Trump is in charge of the military. If you say, no, he's not in charge, you are now a lower level who doesn't get this privy to information. If you agree with them, you're a champion, a hero. They'll put you on your videos. They'll quote you. They'll take clips. They'll fucking share it around. You'll be on their message boards, everything. But if you say no, that's not true. If you say no, that's not true, then you don't get that type of information. You're not high enough within the military. Trust me. You're too low.
They know. There's a reason Biden hasn't been to the Pentagon. Okay, they won't let him.
I'm just saying what Brad just said. Brad said Lin Wood made it very clear to me that he does not believe that the current person is Joe Biden.
Man. All right, so we'll proceed.
is the Trump military, this military that is obeying the Biden.
Lin Wood is doing very good at meeting with, building relationships with, and I personally believe, I don't have proof of this, but I personally believe directing people and the content that's made around those people supportive of him and backing him up and pushing the narrative a certain way. I think Lin Wood might be behind a multi-channel network that we've been talking about that the Ninja Turtles are about to join.
And that's where people are confused, but then we're all awake, right? Like, people over here say the word woke. I'm like, wokeism is the new racism, because you don't know what woke is. Because if you are not awake of what's going on and go see what's going on at the borders, what's going on in Europe, what's going on with the trafficking, what's going on with different things, and that modern day slavery is the biggest pandemic that we have at this point in time in history, because of, just like Claire said, of people like Joe Biden, George Soros, Bill Gates, all of these people, and there's distractions everywhere. Oh, Bill Gates getting divorced. No, that's a distraction, because
it's all science.
Yes.
All science.
Yeah, exactly. It's smoke and mirrors. That's what
Yeah,
it
but
is.
it's just like, with all due respect, it's all about Prince William today. All that.
By the way, while we're on this topic, before somebody jumps in here and starts selling their bullshit, here's just a video of literally Joe Biden going in the Pentagon. There's the troops there. There's a Kamala with him. Get Joe out the car. Let's go. There he is. The one, the only. And here he goes into the Pentagon. Like, they keep passing that around, that Joe Biden's still not been allowed in the Pentagon, that he doesn't need to go to the Pentagon, that he's not allowed to. No one will let him in. They banned him from entrance. That's literally him going into the Pentagon. And Mark Milley is walking with him. I don't know why they keep passing that around. That's how easy it is to find that information out.
So my grandma.
I just want to get to her mission right quick.
Well, look at your prince. I call him your prince because he's not our prince. The one with Meghan Markle and coming and talking to Oprah and whatever. It's a distraction. No one cares. This is America.
Oh, the prince is on the run. That's why he's over in America. Supposedly the headquarters for this takedown operation. He's avoiding being arrested for his crimes.
Yelled at for saying the number. I know other people that do it. Well, it's like I kept telling them, you're gonna go to heaven.
Oh, here we go. This is the mission.
Us to go in, but they're trained to it. I am combat trained because that no one cares.
I am combat trained.
Because you don't know what woke is. Because if you are not awake of what's going on and go see what's going on. I
also think that there is some built up resentment and jealousy about her sister. I told you her sister is a prosecutor. They even put together a little YouTube video about her. Someone produced about a case that they worked on with human trafficking and blah, blah, blah. And she's legit out here doing it. She's legit prosecuting people. That's what she was assistant DA in Riverside. It still is, as far as I know. And this bitch is just like, oh, we're going in there and beating the shit out of people. Sometimes I just want to beat them to death, but I gotta let justice be justice, and just stupid shit.
At the borders, what's going on in Europe? What's going on with the trafficking? What's going on with different things? And that modern day slavery is the biggest pandemic that we have at this point in time in history, because of, just like Claire said.
She claims that the FBI, I guess, wanted her as an asset because she was so close to human trafficking and they don't know how to do it, which is true. There are law enforcement agencies that use people that have been trafficked, for sure. There's a big story about this woman up in Canada that was trafficked, and there's like some port town that she works with their police department to help recognize the signs of human trafficking. But the FBI is not going to pick you up and give you training, especially combat training. This woman never leaves the office. You know what I mean? Like she does interviews and shit. The one in Canada. But this woman claims that she was combat trained with the FBI, and she literally, if you go to Orange County's website, that's what I was just showing you the screenshot from. If you go to Orange County website, these are outstanding warrants she currently has. This is from today. Bouncing checks and a felony hit and run. Well, it says misdemeanor. It might be a misdemeanor hit and run. Still, hit and run with an injury.
And there's distractions everywhere. Oh, Bill Gates getting divorced. No, that's a distraction because
all science.
Yes.
All science.
Yeah, exactly. It's smoke and mirrors. That's what
it is.
It's
just like
Anal Combat Training was another film she was in. 2006, I think.
All that said bollocks. So my grandma's upset. Cop, she said, took it all back.
You're not trained until you get smoked out in MOP level 4. That's right.
Well, look at your prince. I call him your prince because he's not our prince. The one with Meghan Markle and coming and talking to Oprah and whatever. It's a distraction. No one cares. This is America. Get the hell out. We don't want you here. We don't want your state. You left there because you're running.
It's the same old tricks from the same old dog. And you know what? It's like, come on, play that one long enough now. Everyone's waking up.
Brad's like, that's right. You tell them, sister.
Yeah.
So let's talk about the southern border, because you have an insight.
I also think Charlie Ward and Madison Marquette. She might have appeared on their channel. Charlie Ward and the Great British Bird. She might have appeared on their channels out of her own volition the first time, but when they saw this, they saw the story and they saw the little bit of support she had at the time. I think they saw dollar signs, and that's why they're pushing her so hard. That's why she's appearing everywhere they want her to appear, and they saw dollar signs for sure.
Which is particularly harrowing. Could you talk a little bit about that, please, and how you got the intel to go there?
Sure. I can't say how I got the intel, just because that messes up our other stuff that we have going on. But
sure.
We get the intel to go. So usually when we go to the borders, we have teams with us, marshals and federal agents that go in with us, because they are trained to do all that. And that's kind of something that I had said when Claire and I were speaking, but they're trained to it. I am combat trained, I am gun trained, but I've only done.
That is a very technical term. The Army always told us to say, if someone asks you, like, do you know what you're doing? You are supposed to respond, I am combat trained, I am gun trained. Both combat and gun trained.
I've only been doing that for a year and a half. Not for years. I mean, I'm in freaking law school, right? I'm not like this person, but we were told.
I'm in law school right now. It's just this person, but we were told, okay, you're not in law school. You're not combat trained. You're not gun trained. You're not in law school. You never even finished high school. You don't have an undergrad. How the fuck did you get accepted in law school?
That the fake president, well, they said from the top, they didn't say Joe Biden, but they said from the top that they cannot go in with us on this rescue. It was supposed to be a 48-hour operation for us to go in. And then it was like, they're not going in with us, which means that most likely someone had tipped off the traffickers. So we have to go in and we have to get the kids. So we went in, and I told my team, listen, I'm not forcing anyone to go in, but I'm going in. If I go in by myself, I'm going in guns blazing, and I'm going to go get those kids. But,
how big was the team originally? Sorry, how big was the team originally?
Well, so I kind of get yelled at for saying the numbers or whatever, but my team.
I get yelled at for saying the numbers, but here I'm going to tell you the numbers of my team. She's just buying time to make up lies.
Is 12, and then usually you have like multiple,
there was 8 orgasms and 9 on the other.
Yeah.
What'd she just say?
Team is 12, and then usually you have like multiple,
there was 8 on one and 9 on the other.
She just said 12, and then the British Bird said, oh, it's 8 on one and 9 on the other.
Yeah, right. But the thing is I cannot, I just had a meeting with my team, and we can't say these numbers.
Yeah.
She just had a meeting with her team, and she cannot. If you don't see that, she's clearly fucking lying right here. She just had a meeting with her team, and she cannot say the numbers. After she said 12, and then was corrected to the team had 8 on one and 9 on the other, which of course equals 17.
Percentage-wise, you were cut by a large percentage, and you had
humans don't talk like that.
Yes.
We went in. We were cut by like 70%.
Somebody had put you through the machine, hadn't it? You were winning, and then all of a sudden you had nothing. It was like the Dominion machine, literally taking nothing away.
Exactly. It's just like the point. It's really, that's exactly what it is you took our numbers away. And then it's crazy because I've had a lot of time to think about this. I talked to my team yesterday because we had to go through like the report and everything. And so, talking to them, I'm like, they want.
What are you talking about, DeWalt?
Want us to go in and get hurt, because if we're hurt, then we're not taking their supply away, because their supply is starting to run low. And so us going in, it's like, let's put you in a dangerous situation, because then if something happens to you or anyone on your team, and it's crazy because I know other people that do extraction, and I'm like, this is the second time that I've gotten hurt in an extraction. like where I'm physically in an altercation with someone, which is not a normal thing. But normally you have a team, a huge team around you, and that are federally trained and that have trained to do rescues and extractions for human trafficking.
So if you can talk us through it as much as you can, what happened?
So we were told that they explicitly could not go in with us. A couple said that they were. We were agents, and they said we're gonna go in. They said, "Fuck it, we're going in. We're like gonna protect you. There's no way we're gonna let you go in."
You're one of those.
My team, like I said, I told them you don't have to go in, but they were like, "No, we're going in."
Her team, she said, "Look, I'll go alone. You don't have to go in. I'll go by myself. I'm going to get those kids."
And so because it was supposed to be a 48-hour operation, we decided we're going to go in. We're going quick, and we have to go in basically blindly for us, but they also don't know we're coming either because we don't know if they were tipped off at this point that we're coming in. So we do go in, and
they're going in blind with no information, so they could very well just be raiding someone's house that's taking a nap and are very good parents or have no children whatsoever inside there. Who knows? Either way, we're going to get those scumbags.
I'm not going to get emotional here. I've cried enough. I laugh because I don't want to cry. So we go in, and there are children there. I mean, there's over 27 children. Some are dead on arrival, and some there's so much going on around me at this point that there's like another little kid that's sitting there. I know something's wrong. He's like gasping for air. He's like not breathing. It's like he's like I don't know how to explain it. It's like a little kid. So I do all the training that you learn when you have a kid, like what you need to do. And
I do all the training, like when you have a kid, like things you need to do when a kid's like breathing weird. You did what? We're going to learn that she just held the kid till he died, but that was what she was trying to do.
I knew at that point that he was not going to make it. I don't know if that was just God telling me to love him and love on him. But so he knows that there's a pure love, that he's going to go somewhere. He's going to go somewhere good because I don't know how long he was in this trafficking, So I don't know how much torture and how much abuse or how much rape had happened to this little boy. Claire and I named him Angel because it's just like, to me, he's an angel, right? He endured horrific, right? And so
you talked to haven't you, about going to was the wonderful place where it's going to be with the angels, haven't you? And that he's going to this perfect place that he's going to.
The woman who wasn't there describing the story has more details than the woman who was supposedly there.
And
it's like
that's what you said to you're fine.
Well, it's like I kept telling him, you're gonna go to heaven. It's beautiful there. Jesus is there. I was explaining to what I believe what heaven would look like for him, and I honestly believe that God's powerful enough to give this child what I described to him, so this child knows that heaven is good and heaven is. I know it's his soul, but when he was in there and his limp body, I've never had anyone die in my arms.
I know. You haven't ever had. It's not a nice thing to happen with anyone.
Yeah, bad intel, rushed intel is part of the job for sure. I don't know why you would say if she's rescuing, she has to be military. This is not a channel you're going to fit in well. She's not rescuing shit. They're not raiding tunnels. None of that shit's happening.
I know when I've lost.
She's full of shit.
Somebody died with me, so and that was an adult. But what I'm saying
Thank you for the sub.
It's not nice for anybody to go through that, Mark, and you would know that as well. None of us do, because especially when it's a child, because not only you relate it to your own children, but you just relate it to pure innocence. It's just innocence, isn't it?
It's just innocence, guys.
To be pure and innocent and have a life and have a childhood.
Pureness.
All the things that we all strive for our own kids, and then this poor little Mike never got that chance. And the only thing I can say, and I'll still say this, are you all right, Mads?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, you ready to talk? The only thing we agreed was that at least his mum knows when you find her that another mother was with the little boy till the end, and that's better than being on his own.
Right.
Isn't it?
Right. Well, that's right.
I mean, this is a question I don't like to ask, but did he talk to you at all?
He didn't. He just kept looking at me, and his eyes, you know, when I tell my story or when I've talked out, I always say, look at someone's eyes, because you'll know within their soul what their eyes look like. And his eyes were just
glazed.
No, they were just tired. They were just tired. Like,
his life is
tired.
gone.
Like he just had given, like, he's just like, I don't have another second to fight because I don't know who or what you are coming in. Like, I just can't fight anymore. So let me let go, you know? And to me, it's
So
like,
he knew.
Yeah.
He knew.
Yeah. I do think that he knew that I was good, because he was the same age around, you know, my youngest. And I just, you know, was hugging him. I sing to my kids every night, "You are my sunshine." And I sang to him. I believe I told him I loved him. But to me, I'm like, it's hard for me now, because did these people tell that child that? Because they're sick and fucked up.
By the way, she had what she believed to be a dying child, and she made a medical call just to hold him there until he died, rather than getting him medical attention, and then claimed she had to leave him there to preserve the scene. I've been in places where we were told, like, do what you got to do, snatch and grab, kick down the door, but we need to investigate. Don't mess with anything. Don't touch anything. If someone's there bleeding out, took around, got stabbed, having breathing troubles, we can definitely get them medical attention. You don't just leave them there and be like, oh, that's where you got to die because the investigation hasn't happened yet. You just stay there, calm down, slow your breathing, close your eyes, walk to the light. Okay, boys, bring in the investigators.
Up in the head, like, did you tell him you love him? Does he know what love is? Did he know what love was, the pure love, what was before all of this happened? So
Pure Love, that was another one she was in.
That's where it's just such a,
I'm sorry, Pure Lust.
difficult situation. And, you know, I've gotten yelled at a lot from people that really love me and care about me, and they're like, you're going into these battles, why? But no one else is doing it. Look at those agents. You took an oath to serve and protect, and you left us there on the battlefield. And so
the thing is, Madison, I keep thinking about this, and what's going to be coming is not good for all these people.
Yeah.
Because they chose their line now, what they've done. You can't repent from that.
Oh, okay.
No.
There's nothing you can do. Not when it's to do with God's children. I'm sorry, and everybody might look at this and think I'm talking crazy shit. No, I'm not.
No,
There's
you're
going to
not.
be certain people now who will not come back from this
Right.
at all.
Let's hope so. So, Madison, this would have been happening inside, yes? And I'm presuming there was a lot of noise happening around you as well, because
Right.
your team was taking care of business.
Right.
Then what happened? Did you just take the little boy out, or did you leave him to assist the agents?
No, I held him. They had everyone under.
Just because you've seen a video or a couple videos of drug traffickers or smugglers or coyotes being busted at the border or coming through a drug tunnel into the United States is not the same in size, scope, or application as what they're pushing here. And I think you know that, but that was a petty excuse for saying, "Oh, you go watch this news. That you could see they busted 2 people there in a tunnel."
Arrest
Okay.
at that point.
That's not what they're
I
claiming.
couldn't leave him. I was sitting there for a while, and they're like,
Just like I know that child trafficking exists, not on the scale or scope that they're claiming. It doesn't.
you have to get up.
Most of it's happening in your own neighborhood, and while you're worried looking up Nancy Pelosi and Hillary Clinton videos, your neighbors giving their kid what for, and you're too bothered by the internet to pay attention.
We can't move them because people do have to come in and see the scene, and so because people weren't coming in with us, we needed to make sure that everything was preserved, all evidence. So when they do go to court, that none of us
Had to leave him right in the scene. Right in the scene.
altered anything. So
Right. Forensically, you would not be compromised.
right. So if I would have moved him, it would have been a messing with evidence or what, however you want to call it. So, I held him, and then, I wanted to give him a kiss on the head, but they were like, you can't because it'll, like, your saliva, like,
Contaminate you.
and
Now listen, that was a very important aspect. She held the kid. She hugged the kid. She was holding the kid. She has skin follicles, pieces of her hair follicles, skin cells. Everything is all over this child. And then she said, once he died, I wanted to give him a kiss on the head, but they told me that my saliva would be there and it would ruin the investigation. Listen to this shit. This is why these people are full of shit, and it's easy to see.
or however you want to call it. So, I held him, and then, I wanted to give him a kiss on the head, but they were like, you can't because it'll, like, your saliva, like,
Contaminate you.
And so, again, I have my team that's protecting me too, right, to make sure that I'm okay and fine. And so
she has a team that protects her from her saliva being in crime scenes.
I just left him there, but I do know where he is now, where they moved him to. We are trying to find where he was taken.
Not only did they make this shitty tribute video to this kid that they named Angel, not only did they make this shitty tribute video to this kid that they named Angel, now they claim that they found his mother, but she doesn't want to be on camera. And they've donated to the mother and been there for her, of course.
From. And I told Claire, if we can't find anyone, I myself will pay for a funeral. I will give him a funeral. I'm just praying that if he has loved ones out there, that we will find them. Because I know
Doug Kuzma's a piece of shit, and you can take that to him, Chaz.
we will, because they deserve that closure.
He told me to come find him at his next event.
They're like, too.
So what about the other perpetrators? Because it must have been hard going in there, being armed, seeing that insanity, that hell, and just not taking them all out.
It is hard. You got to remember too, I am a trafficking survivor. So me seeing this, I'm also was abused by my dad when I was young. And so this is hard for me in that sense because I see the abuse that's going on. So thankfully, if I didn't have forgiveness, I don't think.
Yeah, of course, that would be an interesting story to tell. How do we find this kid's mother? They don't tell that story. Instead, they just say, "Oh, that's part of the I'm not part of the investigation team. I'm part of the combat trained, gun trained team."
I could go in there and not shoot the hell out of all of them, really, or do unimaginable things to them. It is very difficult, but you can't. I also want justice for these.
There it is, daughter of Doug.
And be like, this team went in, they saved us, they brought us back home, or they gave us some.
I saw him inside a Krispy Kreme, laying underneath the glazer, in what I believe is diabetic shock, maybe a coma.
Type of life, and that their traffickers are running away because in America, any pedophile or trafficker, you're probably either dying in prison or you're getting raped and tortured every single day in prison because you could be a murderer, you can be whatever, and you won't get messed with. But in prison here, the pedophiles and the human traffickers. So it is.
They have their own code, don't they? They do in the UK. There's like a code. There's code onerous to speak.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They don't agree with women and children. Women and children, or any rape like that, they don't like it.
No.
Totally anti it.
Yeah.
Do you know one thing that I cannot stand?
All right, let's talk about some other stuff. She made it through that story. Let's go over here and check out her sister. So that was the one I wanted to see with combat because I think she truly does have some envy for her sister here. Her sister's name is Kimberly. So if we just search that on Twitter, she's basically hiding on her social media, probably because she doesn't want this link to her. But if we just search her name, Degonia, Kimberly Degonia on social media, then we get stuff like this. Okay, this is her sister here. She even looks like her. Our team worked so closely with victims in the Turpin case, was recognized as Crime Survivors Hope Gala gratitude event, receiving an above and beyond award for their tireless, important work, bringing justice to 13 victims. Congratulations, well-deserved recognition. She's pictured in some of these other pictures. These are some of the convictions they've had. That it is Deputy DAs Kimberly DeGonia and Scott Williams played the roles of prosecutor and defense attorney in a mock trial showing the kids. That's where she works out of, is Riverside. But if we take this name and do this, let me just a second. Let me find the YouTube video. She's actually featured in a YouTube video about the case in Riverside. I think it's called the Turpin case, isn't it?
Victim is finally set free from the.
Here's her sister here. So her sister's out here really living this life, really doing this shit.
Follow them forever, through the disclosure, through the court process, and well into their future life. When an innocent child is abused, we make
That's her sister's voice talking right there.
When you've suffered at the hands of a criminal, we bring you justice. When something terrible happens to a victim, we help them close that chapter of their life. Hi, my name is Kimberly DeGonia. I'm a Deputy District Attorney here in the Riverside County District Attorney's Office. I was one of the prosecutors on the Turpin case.
A Deputy District Attorney is someone who carries out the prosecution duties of a misdemeanor or felony court case under the supervision of the District Attorney. We meet with victims, prepare their cases, research the law, communicate constantly with members of law enforcement, and stand up in court against criminals who have wronged our society to bring them to justice. Hi, my name is
Krispy Kreme Kuzma.
I'm a Deputy District Attorney with the Riverside County District Attorney's Office. I was one of the prosecutors on the Turpin case.
A few days ago, I was working on the Turpin case, and I was listening to recordings and reading the police reports. And I took a lunch break and I walked over to the local sandwich shop and I began looking at the menu. I had this overwhelming sense of guilt because I could choose whatever I wanted off that menu. It may seem so small and insignificant, but really it's indicative of trauma and abuse that these 13 children had to endure.
The Turpin case is a case that made national headlines about the kids that were, one of them, like some of them lived in the closet. Here, I'll read you the synopsis of it. Give me just a second. The Turpins were charged with 12 counts of torture. The Turpin family came to the attention of the police and public in 2018 as a severe case of child maltreatment. On January 14th, the Turpin child escaped from the home of David and Louise Turpin in Paris, California, and contacted police, who then raided the house and found a disturbing evidence of prolonged abuse and torturous living conditions. Given the number of dependents involved, 13 siblings, the degree of abuse, and the protracted nature occurring over decades, the story garnered significant national and international interest in the press. Experts in family abuse considered the case to be extraordinary for a number of reasons. In February 2019, both parents pled guilty on 14 felony cases, counts including cruelty to a dependent adults, child cruelty, torture, and false imprisonment. In April of the same year, they were sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole after 25 years. These are the, basically, here are the weirdos. This made national headlines. I'm sure you saw it. It was this guy. It was this guy with that crazy haircut, and this was his wife, the female Turpin. This was his wife here. I remember seeing him on the news. So that's what her sister's literally working on that case, and helping to bring justice to those people, while Madison, Stephanie, whatever, is out here running around claiming that she does all this shit when in reality she does none of it.
You may not realize how strong these victims really were. And I didn't really understand that until I received this case and really reflected upon my own childhood. When I was growing up, I was able to play outside.
Stacey Dawn Williams.
Friends.
Is her real name.
Sports. I ate pretty much what I wanted to. I went to school, learned how to drive a car. But these were all things that I took for granted that these victims never had.
The life that the Turpin children lived was difficult. And meeting with these kids multiple times, week after week, showed us the resilience and the hope that these kids have for the future.
More than any other case, we had to spend more time meeting with the victims. Initially, this was very difficult, as when we met with them,
For sure, I don't believe their penalty was severe enough.
we could only use small words and basic concepts. However, as we got to know them and we met with them more and more, we learned a lot, as we had to start from scratch with victims who were deprived from human contact.
I agree that she's probably got mental illness. I know the show hasn't been as funny as it usually is, not as many jokes. So I agree that she's got mental illness, but someone in the comments said something the other day about how, that other crazy lady was off limits, the crazy lady we watched yesterday. No, they're not. If they're peddling or being used to peddle or being brought around, I'm sorry they have mental illness, but someone's still got to point out that it's false. Someone's still got to say this person, Brad Barton, Michael Jaco, the British Bird, are peddling these people around to raise funds, to get viewers, to make money, to have events, to show off Linwood, to send you to Charlie Ward, to sell gold, to whatever. I'm sorry, that's got to be covered. And the type of person I am, there's going to be jokes. I can't go and just sit here fucking dry and bland and give you the facts. I like to joke around. I like to have fun when I can. So that's the way it's going to be covered. If that's not your style, that's cool. I mean, there was another person who threatened to unsubscribe. Like, I get it. If there's ever a time in your life where you have to threaten me to unsubscribe in the comments, just go ahead and do it. No harm, no foul. You don't have to announce you left. You don't have to say, I'm going to unsubscribe if you don't change this, this, and this. Bye.
Ultimately, we were able to build a relationship of trust, which allowed us
Yeah, this sister grew up and made something of her life. But, of course, Madison blames her parents.
The media has presented facts and shown photos, but it's even worse than publicized. And despite
Drunk, hanging out with all his friends.
as to what needed to happen,
Then we went over and he was alone watching the Golden Girls.
dealing with such a heavy matter. See, after the 13 children were removed from their home, about a dozen different organizations and nearly 50 different people had an active participation in the daily routine for the children.
Yeah, I mean, it says a lot that the person who was threatening to leave if I didn't change my content style, I'd never heard of before, never spoke to, never seen a comment before. That's the type of people that do it. I'm not personally talking to you guys in the chat that are always commenting shit. This is a person I had never spoken to before, never left a comment, never engaged with. And they're like, look, you need to change this and this or I'm out of here. Okay. Bye.
In terms of what we do as prosecutors, we couldn't just do the legal work. We had to work hard with the other organizations to ensure a future for these victims. The last thing that will go through my mind at the end of the day...
That's right, Pixie. It's kind of disgusting when they take it to a military level, for sure.
And glad that the kids don't have to testify. How privileged and honored I feel to be part of the team that closed this chapter of abuse for the Turpin children, all 13 of them.
I will finally rest easy knowing that the Turpin children...
I reached out to her sister through her, her official email. I doubt she'll get back to me. I'm sure there's other people doing the same thing. She probably sees a ton of that. You know what I mean? Like, I would be very surprised if she gets back with me, but if she does, I will let you guys know.
Children are living free while their parents are serving 25 to life prison sentences.
So that's her sister that actually made something out of herself. So clearly it wasn't the parents' fault because she claims that all of her and all of her sisters were basically abused the same way. If you love Jesus, take off your clothes and kind of deal, which doesn't seem to be true. Amazon book reviews are just as bad, even though you can't buy the book there anymore because they dropped her. None of what she says even lines up. And somebody who should call her out, especially on the my team, kicking down doors, rescuing people, running operations, is Michael Jaco. But guess who doesn't call her out? Michael fucking Jaco. This man was a Navy SEAL, and a BUDS instructor. He trained Navy SEALs. He doesn't call her out on the missions and all the shit she supposedly did.
Hello, everyone. We are back.
Did I tell you guys we got above announcement? I am working on the video. It should be up in a couple days about the update for the GoFundMe. But we got over 16,000 now. We finally passed that. We were at 13 for a long time, and then we were at 15 for a long time, and now we're over 16. So yeah, we're doing good. Keep sharing it. I appreciate it.
Again for the Intuitive Report. I have missed Michael for a couple of weeks, but we are back with a big show, a very big show that I'm so excited to share. Madison Marquette and Claire Hawking O'Kell, who both are just not only brilliant and fighting patriots, but they are fun. So we are going to talk about some serious stuff, though, so just a little warning. But I wanted to first tell you a little bit about Claire. Claire has gotten into the fight to save the children on her own. She literally has used her own money. She's literally like teamed up with incredible people who have intel on
She's used her own money and just found intel people. And those intel people just happen to be special forces people as well. And sometimes federal agents come with them, sometimes they don't. She just goes in and kicks ass on her own because that's how that works.
SRA, and she just started out wanting to save the people off the streets. But as we all know, when you start down that rabbit hole, it leads you to, and if you keep going, the next thing you know, you're at Parliament, and that's where she found herself. And so she's going to tell us more about that. And then Madison Marquette was in the porn industry, and then she was a slave in the porn industry.
Oh, Groyper.
And she has literally blown my world up because she's the first person that I know that has identified the tribunals.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, please hit the like button. Thank you for the sub.
And according to Claire's Twitter, she was going to drop some bombs today. So we'll see what happens here.
She can't
welcome,
help
lady.
but drop bombs.
Welcome,
Yeah.
welcome.
I'm pretty sure Michael Jaco is more concerned with numbers and clicks and likes and than he is now with the validity of people's stories. There's no way he would let her sit here and tell him about this strange whatever's been going on, combat she's been in, the training, the events, the whatever, and not call it out.
So I think we start with a little bit of Madison, and then we go to Claire. We can go back and forth because you guys are doing an amazing job of informing humanity right now, and on a lot of different levels. Madison, the stuff that I've seen you share, it blows me away. And of course, a Navy SEAL for 24 years and 11 years in the CIA,
and it blows them away.
The stuff that is like most people. Some of that stuff I don't even know, and it's
imagine.
It's unbelievable. So we'll touch a little bit on that, but let's start so that people know where you're coming from. I know that unfortunately you're abused as a child by your father up to a certain point, and then you basically went into the porn industry. You're abused in the porn industry, and then you sought help. And let's go into that a little bit, and then we'll have Claire, because Claire's doing an amazing job with like going after these high level people that are involved in this child trafficking and so forth. So we'll start with you, Madison, if we could.
Sure. So for the people that don't know, yes, I was abused from, I believe, 5 to about the age of 16. Then I moved out a few years later.
Mariah, I don't know. I said at any point in time at all, send the children in. Like, I don't know what to tell you, babe. Immediately, in 10 minutes, in 17 minutes, if that's your thing, anytime. I don't care.
later ended up in the porn industry. Now, I made the choice originally to get into the porn industry, and then I was trying to get out. I did it for a couple of months, and I freaked out on one of the sets. Like, it's just not normal for women to get paid for sex, or
She freaks out on one of the sets.
freaking out on one of the sets, and the producer was like, "You have to do this." I'm like crying, and
That's right, daughter of Doug.
makeup was all porned out and everything. And he said, "I'm going to call Derek." And Derek Hayes of LA Direct Models was the one who owned me and was my porn agent at this point. He called Derek, and Derek knew every person in my life, even people that I didn't care about. He knew them. And so he's like, "You're going to do this." So I'm crying. I said to the producer, "Fine, I'll do this," because I didn't want anyone to get hurt. And, you know, at 18, I always say this, you're legally an adult, but you're a child. You don't know much at 18, 19 years old at all. And so I said, "I'm going to get myself together." The producer said no. And then he said, "We're going to film this as a gang rape." And so I got gang raped on camera.
So they wouldn't even give her time to stop crying. They changed the scene and said, "Nope, that's it. We're gonna film this as a gang job." And from that's when they all attacked her, and they filmed it and put it out there on the internet.
And then after that, so I was kind of living two different lives. I lived in California, Orange County. And so I was going to a church called Rock Harbor Church, a mega church in California. And I called the church, the mega church pastor, his name was Mike Erie. And I went and asked him I called and I was like, "I need help." And imagine at 18, like, you go and tell this pastor.
All right, guys, real quick, hope you're ready for it. We're going to do some night news and then some Game Train. Let me turn off the noise gates, Ollie, so they can hear you. Oh, you can't cough into the mic, okay? If you have to cough here, you got to turn your head like this, okay? So it doesn't hurt people's ears. Night news. Here we go. Play his music.
Oh, seems that we have breaking news. Ollie, are you there? Can you hear us? Ollie.
Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news.
Send me one.
Million.
1 million.
1 million chickens.
Yeah.
Okay.
You send me the.
While they're sending them, you got to tell them what you did today.
Okay.
What'd you do today? Where'd you go with Mommy? Shelby was there, and Memphis, and where'd you go? Don't touch. Where'd you go? Oh, no. While they're sending them, you got to tell them where you went today. Where at?
Water park.
You went to a water park? No, Ollie. You gotta tell them while they're sending them. You went to a water park?
Yeah.
Did you go down the slide?
Yeah.
How big was the slide?
You did not. You lied.
You wouldn't go down the slide? Hey, look. Who's this? Godzilla.
Why Godzilla not the whole world?
He's dancing. He won't destroy the whole world. He's dancing.
What the heck? Why?
He's a dance king.
Why Godzilla want the whole world? Cause he bad guy.
He would rather do the shuffle.
Oh,
Come on. We don't make noises.
Cause so scared.
Why are you so scared of the slide?
Cause mobile like me.
The slide's made for kids.
Why mobile like me?
It was built.
Yeah, it built me.
Oh, okay. But you didn't like.
Yeah, come up.
Was it fun?
Nope.
Did you have fun at the water park though?
Nope.
Tell him you
Stop.
did. You wore your goggles and you would jump and go swim everywhere.
Yeah, and I go warm metal cut to my bouncer and I put myself.
So good swimming, didn't you?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you swam in a circle.
No, what? Someone had one put one show and walk to me bouncing down.
Yeah.
Right.
And a dog called what?
See Memphis
Game
there? Was Memphis there?
Yeah, and one don't be with me.
Was
Memphis played with you?
Was Shelby there?
Yeah,
Show.
You pay something? Come on, you. I want something else.
Oh, you want to watch something?
No, I want something else on here. I don't want got it anymore.
No, we're not changing the glasses. We're not doing that. We spend too much time playing.
Ollie.
I'll have you something special next time.
Okay, what?
Travis said, can you say, bring the chicken hammer?
I not have one.
Just say it. They don't want you to have one. They want you to say chicken hammer. That's right.
I
Look,
do
they
it.
gave you $5. It says Ollie swinging.
What the heck? Why had not all on there?
Because that's how it works.
The wheel.
You have a little fan.
What the heck?
He says, hi, Ollie. I am Jake. I like your show. It's cool that you are on YouTube.
Oh, say hi, Jake.
Hey, stop. Hey, stop.
Yeah, say hi, Jake.
Hi, Jake. What? I can't see your name.
It's right. His name's right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
What the heck is chicken? Sweet toy.
Black chicken.
Oh, I want chicken toy.
You want a chicken turkey?
No, I want chicken toy.
A chicken toy?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll find.
Or stuffed chicken that you got at the zoo.
Depending on where we move, we might get the chicken for you. Let's see.
You know it go big and
We gotta have a place to put it though, okay?
I know
And then
what.
you gotta take care of it. You promise?
Yeah, I know how.
Yeah, I'll help.
I know where tit and why.
What's the chicken?
I know.
I'll help you. But we'll figure it out. We just gotta feed it and water it and take care of it, right?
I don't.
Whatever. Just tell them you love them. Say I love you.
No. I knew.
Say love you.
What you buy?
That's just his excuse when he gets tired. Oh, my butt hurts. I can't sit here anymore. Here. Take that with you. Lash them tits down before you knock somebody out. All right, now we got another one. This would be Game Train with Liam. This is my older son. He is 7, 14, 13, come 11. 7 covers the spread. Here we go.
Oh, seems that we have breaking news. Ollie, are you there? Can you hear us? Ollie.
Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news.
Oh, sorry, it was a little delay. Hey bros, it's PewDiePie. Welcome back to Game Train. Yeah, seriously, it's Lamb with Game Train. Currently investing my entire life savings into Minecraft Axolotl plushes. That's what I mean. Currently, have been doing, investing my entire life savings into Minecraft plushes. But yeah. So anyways, besides that, so before continuing this, the reboot of Game News, we're gonna do another one. It's not so game news, but yeah. Game news. And yes, I did copy that from PewDiePie. I don't want to hear it. But yeah. Okay, so anyways. Continuing on. Oh, hi everybody. I always forget to say hi again because how many people just tune in. Like after Dad missed the music. No, I messed it up. I was supposed to be holding it, then press 1. Okay, so continuing on with game news. After the first section, we'll talk about something game related. Okay, so the day we flew the drone while I was eating chips, it was like nachos, but instead of the nachos being the cheese being on the nachos, it was dipping into it, like dipping the cheese. Why did I take so long? Mom said, "What savings? You don't know my giant piggy bank, which weighs like 100 pounds in my bedroom?" Yeah, a long story. Dad, when he was like working at a building, he got me one of those big water jugs, and I just kept on putting coins, dollars, and now I have a bunch of money. It's so like big. It was like huge. Why did it weigh so much? Because of coins. But yeah, I found coins like everywhere and every day.
5-gallon water jug.
5-gallon water jug. So yeah, I was putting a bunch of stuff in there, and now I can barely pick it up without probably breaking my spine. Okay, but yeah. So we flew the drone today, and it was going really good until Dad said, "Well, I like how good it flies up," and like he went down and then goes like super high up. But when he did that, he broke the GSP stick. So yeah, it was like and it didn't know where it was going. So it thought right was up, and like down was like all the other like directions and stuff. So it just kept on flipping, and I was like, "Oh, you put it into acrobat mode? That's cool." Until I saw it hit the ground, and this thing, when it hit the ground, it just bounced and started twirling around. I picked up one of the legs that fell off. Dad picked up like a battery. What was it?
Yeah, I had the back.
Yeah, he picked up the battery that fell out and like half of a propeller, but then we just threw that because we know we can just get another prop. But yeah. So now for more game news, for actual video games. Don't forget, in July we're starting the SMP server. Because I'm getting my PC and we're starting the SMP server. It's gonna be called the Game Train SMP, and I can't wait for that. It sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna try to start it.
And we're gonna make one.
Yeah. But yeah, he's talking about how he's probably gonna upgrade his PC and give me his PC. What does SMP stand for? Survival multiplayer. Yeah, the P is misleading. It's just S for survival, M for multi, and P for player. So survival multiplayer. It should be survival multiplayer platform, but. So, anyways, what was I talking about? Okay, yeah. So, back to the regular show. Game Train. Now, wait. I had an Atari 2600 and Sega Master System 2 at the same time. Wait, do those even exist? I've never heard of the Atari 2600 and the Sega Masters and the Sega Masters. The Sega
2600.
Or 2600. I've heard of the Atari 2600, but I've never heard of the Sega Master System 2. If you're talking about the Sega Genesis, Yeah. Oh, someone said Liam in the house. Yeah, I'm doing my section. Someone just commented MMORPG. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it was pre-Genesis. Okay. So I've never heard of that. Yeah. So today we're still talking about Minecraft. Yes, I've been watching a bunch of Minecraft videos. So I just want to talk about the magic of Minecraft, like what's it called? Like Minecraft videos and playthroughs. So like playthroughs. The thing about Minecraft, like a lot of other games, is it's randomly generated. So that means everything is random. So that's just the basics of the magic of Minecraft playthroughs. Just the basics that everything is randomized. But someone said Minecraft is amazing. Yeah. For some reason, I have never got it on one of my consoles except our Xbox One, which lost one of its cords and we couldn't find it. So now it doesn't work. We need a specific cord. I think it was like the power cord for the Xbox. Yeah, power cord. And if we get it, I can play games like Slime Rancher, Garden Warfare 2, and Minecraft again. So that would be fun if we got it. But yeah, Master System is Master System evolved into Genesis, basically. Yeah. But yeah, so it seems there was a console in the middle. Okay. My boy goes on about Minecraft. I just don't see it. Minecraft is block game. Yeah, you play block. If you want to, you can dread is like see. Yeah, Dad has. Do you have like a thing that shows your past live streams? Okay, but yeah, you can check the last game train on the other stream, and that's where I go into Minecraft in detail. Yeah, specifically the new Caves and Cliffs update and how axolotls were the best thing ever made in Minecraft. But yeah, so anyways, continuing on, I watch my grandson play it. He is a gamer, so is my nephew. For some reason, the line "he is a gamer" is so funny. Gamer. My boy is 16. He still loves Minecraft. Yeah, Minecraft is cool. I like Minecraft. Minecraft is sick. Okay, so here's the more broader version of why Minecraft Let's Play is a sick game. Because they randomly spawn in different biomes, and almost every person who does this builds their house different. Like I saw a playthrough where this guy just made his house like a van, like a literal van where he puts all his chests and stuff. Because he was such like I'm not saying like old person. He was one of those like dads who always like barbecued and wear the Hawaiian shirt. But yeah, so he was like, I'll build a camper. And now he lives in the woods with a camper as his house. That's not even mentioning there can be insane builds. Like, have you seen PewDiePie's new house in like hardcore? It's like a giant Japanese like temple made out of nether blocks, and it's all like black and red. If you've ever watched Avatar, it looks like the temples from there, the firebender temples is what it looks like. But yeah, that was sick. You can just do such different things. Yeah, those axle things I remember from the newest update. Bro, I'm going to my friend's house like tomorrow. Wait, no. Was it the day after tomorrow? I forgot. No, yeah, tomorrow I'm going to go to their house so we can play Minecraft. That's all we're doing tomorrow. She's starting like a new server and that's all we're doing. Bro, I can't wait to find an axolotl. And they'll probably post it onto Reddit. Thanks for joining the call. Thanks. Somebody subscribe to our planner. It's sorry if I mispronounced this. Look, Bama Lenderman. Bama Lenderman, thanks. But yeah, thanks, bro, for joining the cult. Thanks. The cult of axolotls is my cult. If you join, you are now submitted to the cult of axolotls. That is our new religion, axolotl. What's your religion, axolotl? I'm interested. Okay, so continue on. Yeah, so that's like, and seeing how like their animals die and how they like live and how long like this one of his friends has been alive. Like in PewDiePie's hardcore world, he found no friends until he met a bee who he named Boost. Like Boost. Oh, here it comes. Dennis paid $15.
Add that to your piggy bank. Great game information, thank you, Liam.
Dennis says, or Denise.
Is that one N or two
N? One N.
Denise.
Okay, Denise. Add that to your piggy bank. Great game information. Thank you, Liam. Thanks, Kanye. Very cool. Thanks, Kanye. Very cool. Thanks, Denise. Very cool. Thank you. Okay. So, anyways, continuing on. But yeah, I just love the magic. I'll recommend like 2 like Minecraft Let's Plays that I actually like and I love. So, first one being Hermitcraft. Hermitcraft is a server where a bunch of YouTubers who call themselves hermits make it like giant bases. You know the van reference I was talking about earlier? Yeah, that's in Hermitcraft. And if you're interested in this, guess what? So, here's an exclusive offer. They just started a new season of Hermitcraft with 2 new YouTubers. And so if you want to watch it, just watch the new season 8. And bro, it's sick. I love it. It's cool. Or you can just go through like all the other seasons. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can do that for the rest of your life if you want to. So yeah, if you want to stay there for the rest of your life on your chair, yeah, you can watch that. But yeah. Have you played Grift Busters? No, actually, I've never heard of it. I've heard the name Grift Busters, but I've never played it. But yeah.
Where'd you hear the name at?
I don't know. I just heard the name. I don't know where from. Oh, yeah.
It's this podcast.
Have you played this really sick game? It's called Calculator. You play as a clicker, and you like click these mysterious runes, and you need to collect them all to like make the big rune. And you can like times the runes. So that's a really cool game. I will recommend it. It's already installed on your computer. It's really cool. The name of the game is called Calculator. Yeah, it's a really cool game. I love it. Are we ending the show?
Yeah, wrap up.
Okay. Bye. I'll see you next time. Axolotl Gang. This is Liam with Game Trend. I'll see you next time. Goodbye. Play music.
Oh, seems that we have breaking news.
Wait, what?
Are you there? Can you hear us? Ollie.
Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night news.
Watch, you played the wrong music.
With that night news, with that night news. Here comes
Every time. Wrong music. Wrong music, Liam.
news, with that night news. Here comes Ollie with that night news, with that night news, with that night.
Mariah says Liam's only allowed to get 10 minutes because you guys like him 10 minutes worth, but not more. I told her that she's a liar and that he is taking over the show and she needs to keep her big mouth out of it. She then yelled at me Anyways, back to the show. Here we are. Oh no, the camera's messed up. I'll fix it. Here we are. Let's hop back in.
Sure. I was just gang raped. It was not an easy thing to do, but I needed help. And
Look at
so
him. How do you always break the camera, dude?
basically sold me to Derek or gave me to Derek. I don't know really how the transaction worked with them, but I know that in the porn industry, and I say this a lot when I'm telling my testimony or story, is when you first get into it, you have drivers that drive you from like one location to.
By the way, remember at this time when she's claiming she was locked in a room and being driven around, she was married.
Drinking a lot on drugs.
Married.
Through the day. So the drivers drive you. When I was at this church in Orange County, the drivers walked.
Her husband never noticed.
At the time, I was traveling a lot. And so I had my passport on me, my driver's license, my social security. Like, no one told me you shouldn't carry that stuff.
I don't know. How much did she go for? I mean, she told me she had a team of 12 once, so I'd say at least 12 of them. 13 if you hold your mouth right, I guess.
Up around with you, like especially your passport and social security card. And so Derek had all of that information. And so then I was trafficked through the porn industry, just porn, for like a couple months. And then as I gained a following in the porn industry, Derek said, okay, now I've sold you for privates. And I didn't know what that meant. The first privates that he sold me to was this mega church pastor, Mike Erie.
The first person that, now listen, what are the chances of this story, okay? She suddenly finds herself in a hostage-style prostitution situation. She tries to flee by going to a church that she kind of knew, kind of went to sometimes, and meeting the pastor, okay? The pastor tells her, wait right here, keeps her there for over an hour, and then turns her back into her captor. Then she's put in this hostage situation, okay? Now she's a hostage, locked behind closed doors, barely getting fed, blah, blah, blah. And the guy's like, I'm going to sell you out tonight. Weeks later, he's like, I'm going to sell you out tonight. And the first person she gets sold to is the same pastor that she once attended church of, that she once trusted, that turned her back into her pimp, that he randomly comes up to her in the place called the Shark Club and says, I want her. I don't know. Seems like a lot of coincidences.
At the Rock Harbor Church, but they had afterflow service at a place called the Shark Club. And so it was through the Shark Club. And so got trafficked through there. Mike Erie bought me. He was the first person that bought me and tortured me that wasn't on camera for the porn industry, just for his, sick pleasure. And then as I got even more of a following, Derek said, now we're going to sell you to elites and globalists. And so we'll drop some more names here, but, I've spoken out against Tom. I know you can't say it because we're on YouTube. So Tom H, George S, like different huge people. My first interaction with Tom H was him punching me in the face. And it's like, you're desperate for help. And so you think that like Tom.
The first time she met Tom Hanks, she walked up to him, he punched her in the face. He said, that's the way all my women like it.
H, someone that I watched as a little girl, is going to help me and isn't, and so got trafficked through.
I know the believers hate Tom Hanks and whatever, but just the interaction of anybody with a prostitute is the first thing you do, punch them in the face.
Industry for almost a decade. I got trafficked through the industry, and now I'm just speaking out. I mean, I've said this. God told me about a year ago, you need to start naming names, and I was like, no, I don't want to name names. This is a hard calling. People, I get so much hate and threats and everything else because these are people that people love, like politicians, globalists, like they love these people. So imagine I'm saying, okay, they raped me, they tortured me, they abused me, like it's hard for them to. So that's like the very short version. What other questions?
Yeah, that's good. And I think
she never goes into much detail. She always says, so what do you want to know?
Understand is that these, if we can call, I don't like to call them elites, I like to call them scum, but these people basically they get off on abusing. They're very egotistical. They think they're above the law.
No, not everybody. Not everybody gets off on abuse. I'm sure there are some people. Not everybody that even pays for a prostitute is into abuse. Sure, there's some people.
And a lot of times they are above the law because they're still around, some of them. And so they get off on playing God and smacking people around like the angry God, because that's what the Luciferian Satanists are like. They like to play like they're the God. And that's interesting that you're starting to lay that foundation. So we're going to go deeper into that. And Claire, I know you're definitely involved in this. This is a worldwide thing. So Claire being in the UK, I mean, we've had people in South Africa that
Claire,
Carmen and I have talked to, with
sure,
major Hollywood, and
she's the one with the Navy SEALs. Several 300, 400, 500 Navy SEAls, of course.
Schools and John of God and
orphanages.
Yes, exactly. And so we have a lot of people that need to account or be held accountable. And Claire, can you kind of delve into that a little bit from your end?
I just feel from my end that whilst I can give you initials and names and something. The reason why I'm going to say this, Michael, is because at the moment I am not 100% sure how many white hats we've got on the ground in the UK. Yeah. I know there are some, but
so many.
We've got as many as I'd like.
Makes sense.
And from my point of view, I think that, well, I know I had a coffin delivered to my house the other week. So that was great. My husband and I and my son came out the front door of the house and there was a coffin leaning against with a dozen lilies there. So, I mean, the problem is for myself is that my name is out there and my businesses are out there. So it's not like Madison where nobody knows where she lives. Everybody knows where I am. And I get people phoning me all the time. They've got my number and all sorts of stuff. But going back to what we know is I fell down these rabbit holes like anyone does, Michael, by sheer chance. It was literally by sheer chance. I got into, obviously, anti-addiction, abuse, restarting programs because I pay for myself, getting everybody off the streets. Because the whole system's not there to get people off the streets. It's to keep people on the streets so they can get the children away from the parents. That's it. The heroin being brought in, I mean, first person it brought, well, not first person, but Prince Philip, anybody it turns around and they all think he's amazing. He was one of the first guys to start shipping all the heroin in. It's crazy. It's just bonkers.
It's just bonkers. Isn't it always just bonkers?
It's just ridiculous. It really is. So I started going down a few rabbit holes and then I realized that there was a lot of things that were wrong when it wasn't just about addiction or drugs or trafficking heroin. It was to do with Satanism. And then I got involved with a lady that basically, she sort of opened my eyes to the satanic abuse side. She had been, for all intents and purposes, out in Iraq for quite a long time. And she was an interrogator for 7 years. And when she came back from there, she decided she wanted to do something good. And so she trained to get people, especially satanic abuse, basically victims. So I got involved with her and I kept saying to her, some of these cases I'm getting through social services aren't normal. And then it went from there. I mean, I can't really discuss any more than that, other than the fact she's involved with some high-ranking retired military, which they're in England and another country. So, and I haven't met them. I have spoken to one on a phone call, which again, this is going to be very difficult.
Jaco's legit was a Navy SEAL, and Jaco legit was a BUD/S instructor. I've actually talked to some people that I guess personally know him, that served with him, and they're aware of the situation. They claimed that the right people were kind of keeping an eye on him since his crazy religious outburst where he claimed like he could remote view and he could do this and he could do that type of stuff. And from that, they're still watching him. I don't know what their limit is or when they're going to say, hey, enough is enough, or he's gone too far. I don't know. I can't believe he can bury himself in all this religion stuff. Cool. I can't believe he's buried himself in this Q bullshit and everything else.
People out there to understand, but to do with dark and light energies and everything that's out there. I had a meeting with this woman
Believe it or not, as bald as he is, he even sells hair growth cream.
And he has a team that go and extract people all over the world, children.
Well, it wasn't just like a grift when he first started. When he first started, he claimed that he just suddenly remembered that he was part of of CIA mind control experiments, MK Ultra, that he was some type of super soldier, and that he had been in the secret space program and had been to other planets and had worked with the CIA, and he just suddenly recovered all those memories. And then he started selling these workshops to like unlock your memories and remote view and see other planets and shit like that. And then since the New Age shit has combined with the QAnon, the leftover QAnon shit, that's when he got into this.
So
yeah, he claimed that he several high profile enemies of the U.S., Bin Laden, different ones like that. He claims he loved them to death.
Whilst I was in mid-flow of this conversation, I had a phone call from someone who works with me, who, similar to how you are, Michael, he understands to do with.
He claims he was in a med bed once. That's right.
Going on, and he literally phoned me up and he said, "Put the phone down now. There's another woman involved in the conversation. Who's there?" And I said, I gave the names of the two people, fake names obviously, but which they had given me. And there was a woman that was remote viewing through one of the people that was there, listening in. And he gave me a name, CIA, retired, everything. It was just crazy. And I know this person because she's been playing polo with me for 3 years. So I didn't realize how much I'd been watched.
Yeah.
From afar.
And remote viewing, that was one of the things I wanted to make sure that we touched on with you, Claire, because I know this has been a big way that you have gotten your intel. And that's the whole reason I got connected with Michael, was I was hiring him to teach.
He loves them to death.
And so I was
not like in a Madison Marquette way where he physically splits a man in half from the loins, but like a remote viewing and sending so many positive vibes their way through cosmic love that they die. That kind of love to death.
love to hear any of you speak on that piece as far as intel goes.
Well, this was out of my remit at the time. Okay, it wasn't on my pay grade. It was thrown at me, and it was like completely shocked me. So I was thrown into, obviously understand child abuse. Then I understood follow the money trail, and then all of a sudden, when you think you've just got yourself sorted and you can grasp that, then somebody starts telling you all about remote viewing, and you're like, what the hell? You know, it was literally, I was like, what? You know, I'm just getting myself sorted on this shit. Excuse me, I'm sorry to swear. And then they throw something else at me about, oh, just a bit of remote viewing from the sea.
There you go.
You know, so it's like
it does sound crazy.
Yeah, totally crazy. And obviously from my husband's point of view, totally bonkers, because he still watches the BBC. So, you know, we really have an issue in our house at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. We really do. So from that, I came off the phone. The person that was, let's say she was very, you know, she's very a tough girl. She took 6 weeks off from dealing with me after that to get herself better, because this operative that was remote viewing her, the only way I can
an operative remote viewing as well.
living day like
That also happens.
And we know that can happen. So I ended up on my own train road, whatever you want to call it then, for the next few weeks, trying to keep my head praying all the time.
Yeah.
I've not stopped praying.
That'll turn you to Jesus quick.
Oh, I'm praying like, you know, there's nobody. I talk to him more than anybody else.
Judging by his left hand movement, I would say no, he's not wearing pants.
To polo today, and I'm talking all the time. Hey, keep me on the pony. Don't let me get hit. I must get him all the time for everything. He's probably sick of me talking to him. But anyway, I got to a situation where I started realizing that I was getting attacked again. And these people knew everything about me. They were sending stuff to my house. And
I don't know what his discharge was. I've heard him say it before, but I can't remember. Since you asked, that's what I've been thinking about. I can't remember how he said he got discharged.
you know, you won't get individuals. there's not going to be tourists sending crap like that through to you. No. These are organised people. Yeah. So what I did, I've got a friend of mine that's in another country. I gave him the names of the situation, and I gave him the pictures of my Telegram site when they were posting stuff, and I gave it to him because he's very, very clever. And he came back with some names for me, and they were MI6 operatives. Mm-hmm. So I had a dandy time because I thought, right, you little, I can't say that word, can I? It starts with a W and ends in an S. Okay, that's what I was going to say about them. So I decided to go after them. So I did a little video about them, and I gave them their first names and their initial for the surname. And then I said, well, I know where you live in Surrey now, so let's go for it. You know, if you want to.
Hold on just a second. I need to know who she's talking about here. Hold on.
6 operatives. Mm-hmm. When the names are that through to you. Yeah. These are organised people. You know, you won't get individuals. There's not going to be tourists sending crap like that through to you. No. These are organised people. Yeah. So what I did, I've got a friend of mine that's in another country. I gave him the names of the situation, and I gave him the pictures of my Telegram site when they were posting stuff, and I gave it to him because he's very, very clever. And he came back with some names for me, and they were MI6 operatives.
Mm-hmm. Oh, imagine. They were MI6 operatives. Imagine. That'd be horrible. I can hardly stand it for her.
So I had a dandy time because I thought, right, you little, I can't say that word. It starts with a W.
Thank you for the sub.
Okay, that's what I was going to say about them. So I decided to go after them. So I did a little video about them, and I gave them their first names and their initial for the surname. And then I said, well, I know where you live in Surrey now, so let's go for it. You know, if you want to come after me.
I think she's actually talking about M, because one of the people was Paul M, I think is what she called him. Paul M. Please put up the Amazon link. It was just up. There it goes again. I thought I saw where you asked for it earlier, but someone else had already put it up. But I put it. It's up again. If you're not on live chat, if you're on top chat, you won't be able to see it because it's a bot that puts it up.
And I'll be waiting at the end of the road for your lot. It works both ways. So
I think she's talking about M. Because she called him Paul M. And she had him figured out through Telegram. Remember when she raided his Telegram with a bunch of shit? His name's not Paul. I can verify that.
Backed off then from me, and I didn't hear any more from them because I think they didn't understand. I think they thought I was just some dickhead. Sorry to say, which I probably am to most people, but you know. I think the thing is, what they don't realise is when you're 5'2" and you're used to having to pack the first punch because you're little, you're not going to back down when some arseholes come on the phone and start, going after you. Because I didn't start this to finish it with, oh, well, what about me and my family? At the end of the day, I'm in it. We're all in it together, and we're in it to clean this country up. Yes. And it is going to be cleaned up. And when you start researching like I've done, and I do use guys at Remote View, and I'm not lying, they've got good gifts. You know, when you find out that there's Annabelle's, granted the buildings changed ownership, but underneath Annabelle's there's tunnels that go direct to the palace.
Mm-hmm.
Those
sure.
tunnels are used for various reasons, but we all know what was going on and what they had going on in there.
Oh, of course.
So am I going off track here? I've got so much
this
to
is good. This is good.
Have you ever been on track? I guess would be the real question. Have you ever been on a track, near a track? Have you ever seen a racetrack? Have you ever tracked a wild animal? Anything with the word track, because you're way the fuck out there. Railroad tracks.
Spew it out of it. Sorry.
How I found Claire was I found her if you go to her channel on YouTube on April 10th, I remember when it was, I fell in love with her because she just had her little beanie on and she was calling out the people that were giving her a hard time, like she'd had enough. And I was like, I really like her. She's really mad at these traffickers. I feel her. And so I started following her, and that's how I saw the Madison video. So
it's like
for your righteous anger. I love it.
Well, I'm a very big. I'm very big. My
Yeah, that's not the wish list is for the 2 shows. It's not for the kids.
brought me up. He was a veterinary corps. We're all into horse racing and stuff.
The kids got too much STEM stuff as it is.
To never judge a man until you wear his shoes. It's always stood with me, that one. Never, because you never know what someone's going through when you start judging them. We all make mistakes and we're all only human. That's it. Don't lie, tell the truth, and if you're not sure, don't talk crap. Just say it. Just say, look, I'm really not sure.
Tell the truth, and if you're not sure, don't just talk crap. Just say I'm not sure. Look, she makes everything up.
Or I've not got that information or whatever. It's just standard stuff. and just pay your bills, really. And if you can't pay your bills, talk to someone about it. I've just been brought up like that. So the reason why I help people off the streets is because that could be me on the streets or my son. We are all here by the grace of God, and anything can happen to any single one of us, which could take us down the wrong road. And I feel that humanity are my family, all of humanity, and we're there to stand up for every single person, every single one of them. You know, we're there to pull people up. So going back to the arseholes in government, sorry, I shouldn't say that. There you go. So there's a music producer that's from the BBC, and I'm just going to say his first name's P. Okay, Paul. Oh, God said it. Sorry. I'm terrible. You shouldn't get me on champagne. I'm like, I'll just splurge it all out. I mean, I'm terrible. It's like terrible. So there's an MP.
This is why I love her, just so you all know. This is why her and I connect so much, because she's just a hot mess like I am.
You guys do amazing stuff.
You know what? You can get the job done, guys. You can get the job done in life, any job, but you've got to have a little laugh along the way, because that's what's the difference between people under God and the Satanists. We can still laugh, but we've got to get the job done, and we will do.
17 denies.
So
there is no truth to be found here for sure.
You brought up about that.
This is the most recent I can find of really either one of these. She's supposed to be on a social media break. I don't know. She was injured in her attack. It's a joke.
Intelligence agency, because that was one of the questions I wanted to delve into. So I see we all have like this intuitive thing going on. That's beautiful. So the abilities that you have with remote viewing,
I don't yet.
So Carmen and I have done remote influencing, and it's very, very effective. I feel that you're already doing that, and that's why you're so like, bring it, because you're a remote influencer as well. And I will help you that. So there are a lot of people, I can tell you, that are on your side. There's white hats big time in Europe, and especially in the UK. So you're being protected on a certain level. Don't drop your guard, of course, but you know, don't think you're
remote influencing.
So Madison,
I think she's trying to summon something right now. What is this? Temple touching and concentration.
Jumping in on that 3-letter agency stuff. Now, with all the Epstein stuff, that was definitely involved with the intelligence agencies. I said it right from the beginning. Epstein's still alive. They just basically, faked his death so that they could take him somewhere else and get some information from him. So what do you know about these intelligence agencies? And I think that might be one of the reasons why they wanted you to be in the military.
You know how most people say like the simplest solution is usually the right solution? I mean, wouldn't it be simpler than trying to get him out and hide him for the last fucking however long it's been since he died? Wouldn't it be much simpler he just killed himself, or even someone killed him? Wouldn't that be simpler? Then they faked his death. They hid a body in there. They had the guards agree. They paid him off. They paid other prisoners. They let them out early. They got him out of there. They took him to a secret location, and he's been fucking living there ever since. No one's ever seen him or heard from him because he's so super secret, man.
Tribunals. This could be a long shot on my part, but I don't know how deep you want to go into that. Claire just opened that door. Thank you, Claire. So
Sure.
What can you say, Madison?
So I actually released on Telegram one of the pictures, because there was torture. I was on Epstein
He knew where all the meat hooks were. I was polishing my meat hook earlier.
Island with and I have not said that before. This is the first time I'm saying that. Just
Boom,
and yes,
boom.
Epstein is alive for sure. They kept him alive because this operation that they're taking down right now, I mean, I've said it before, it's a huge, this has been going on since they turned the America into the corporation, right? So this is like what, 50, 60, however many years
1830s or something like
1830, yeah. So I mean, a long time operation. And
1830s or something like that, I think.
not in Colorado anymore. I was, but what these 3-letter agencies were coming after me like crazy. And 2 actually were like, listen, we're good. I promise we're good. We want to combat train you, like and I was like, I'm not trusting any of you guys because you know that the information and the receipts that I have, because I have, anytime I speak out, I have receipts for it and I'm not getting sued by these people. Like, so I have receipts for everything. And so they were like, no, listen, trust us. And so they actually retired out of the 3-letter agency and trained me to combat train and are like a part of the team now that I have.
Now look at him just shake his head. They pulled me out. They got me up and they trained me to combat train. What? Those are not even things. You're not even saying things that exist.
Like receipts for it and I'm not getting sued by these people. Like, so I have receipts.
Oh, I'm not getting sued, so that's what makes this true. I have receipts. I show them on my Telegram. When you get to my Telegram, I'm going to call you a piece of shit for asking for receipts.
You know that the information and the receipts that I have, because I have, anytime I speak out, I have receipts for it and I'm not getting sued by these people. Like, so I have receipts for everything. And so they were like, no, listen, trust us. And so they actually retired out of the 3-letter agency and trained me to combat train and are
trained me to combat train. Sue this bitch into oblivion, please. Please.
Like a part of the team now that I have, like extracting children, because
for the team like now that I have, like extracting children, because I've been trained to combat train.
It's like I couldn't do it without them. And so yes, they're very corrupt. There's also what happened at the 6th, like when they said the Capitol was infiltrated. One of these 3-letter agencies, I have 7 friends, 7.
One of the 3-letter agencies trained her to combat train and gave her a team to rescue children.
That they showed up at their
She's almost as bad as Scott McKay running around with a tomahawk.
door, like at dinner time, and said, you tweeted about this, you Facebooked about this, like you, like just so corrupt. And yes, there were multiple, I can't say who on certain ones because I'm under a gag order, but I can tell you one of the heads of this agency was very much at the tribunal and I testified against him and he is guilty.
Yeah.
This is like, oh my gosh, 2 in a row in less than 5 minutes.
Like,
wow.
So yeah, I felt that this was going to be a big show, so that's beautiful. And that's a massive reveal, and things that I've been talking about for a while. So you're confirming it with firsthand experience. So that's beautiful. So what else? I know. So for the audience that's listening that don't know about Madison and Claire, they're both physically involved in helping to rescue children. And Madison gave a account one time with Claire where she like had a black eye from wrestling with a woman because half of the team basically were pulled out by the current administration because they basically profit off this guys. And
right.
this current administration, of course, throughout Europe and so forth, a lot of those administrations and those dark hats, as we can call them, it's an extremely profitable organization. I've seen some people that would blow you guys away, just like these beautiful ladies have, that I can tell you that the very, very...
He just agreed with her. He was just like, yeah, I understand that. Some of the agencies are good, I guess, and they do amazing things, and I'm sure they trained you to combat train. if anybody could call her out on her bullshit, if I can, then like what? A 3-letter agency picked you up and trained you in combat, issued you a team, and just told you to go after it? What do you mean? He's just gonna be like, "Yep, sounds like something they would do."
Very top of the people that we adore and think are fantastic are very, very much involved in some very ugly things with this. If you guys want to go a little bit deeper into that, just jump in.
Well, they are. I mean, I say this all the time, is that you're wrestling demons. I mean, this is of another level of evil. And I've gone in there and like, Claire knows this, but the one that I went in before this rescue, I've gotten hurt twice.
Oh, thank you for the sub.
One before, it wasn't a bad stab. Thankfully for the combat training, just had a couple stitches, but it is literally, I think, because I'm coming in there, I have God on me. He's covering me. We pray before we go in. And it's like, I mean, I can see the demons in them, but I have to have that prayer so those demons don't attach to me. Like it's, intense and fighting them. I mean, we're going to go on one soon. And it's like, and I want to say this too, because Claire got a lot of hate because they kept saying, oh, she's interrupting me and whatever. Claire and I partnered up because her and I were both.
Yep, she is. She's absolutely. That's what I was going to bring up. She's absolutely not on the recent people to pass the bar, but we haven't got there yet.
Getting attacked by so many different people that she was protecting me in a very emotional state to make sure that, one, I wasn't saying anything to jeopardize any kind of court operation so these people can go to prison. She was protecting me, and so I will always stand by her because that is like, it just really pissed me off. So I just want to say that on here, like, screw all the haters.
Don't mess with her.
Madison, I think what happened was you'd not slept for 46 hours. And she'd come out of all that, and she hadn't slept for 46 hours. And a little boy that we named Angel had passed away in her arms.
Oh, there's the story again. The little boy that passed away in her arms that she couldn't kiss because she might lose saliva at the crime scene.
I said to her, we need to get this out
the fuck
now and let everybody hear this. I said, I don't want you, because she hadn't slept. She wasn't thinking straight. And I knew that she would say things that she shouldn't say. So I had to, and there's a delay from America as well sometimes on Zoom, which is a nightmare. So I had to try and say and talk over a bit. And I got really crapped on by some individuals saying, oh, just let her talk, you're the host and all that. I'm thinking, not a host, I'm a mother of one who's just got into the bloody fight.
Right.
So the interview that she did that blew up with her, which I think we've watched on this channel before, the comments are like, let her talk. Why you keep interrupting her? Why you keep doing this? Now she's making excuses. Well, I'm a mother.
Yeah. Sorry.
You're also a badass. Remember, that leads a team of 300 Navy SEALs infiltrating DUMBs and clearing them out. Remember? You sure you're gonna get emotional like a mother when you're just talking, or you think you could hold it together long enough to have a conversation, considering you're a dumb, deep underground military base cleaning hard ass?
No,
that blows me away, because I was trained as a warrior, and I'm like, why don't they call me? And you're Madison, sweet little Madison, you're going in and doing this job because
it don't make no fucking sense, Jaco. Why don't you say that? It don't make any fucking sense. Look at all the people we've literally spent millions of taxpayer dollars training to do shit like this, and they called a porn star, said, yep, this is her, this is the person, we got her, guys, round her up, bring her in, we're going to train her to combat train, we're going to give her a team, we're going to put her out in the field.
The real men aren't doing it. It really pisses me off. So this is another reason why I want everybody that watches this to get fired up, because we have the women are doing the man's job right now, and that's good. I'm not knocking that. I've worked with women quite a bit in combat and stuff like that. So help me discuss.
Absolutely not. He was a fucking Navy SEAL and Navy SEAL instructor. He has the same bullshit meter that I have, and his is fucking cranked up 100 times more sensitive. And he just let her give this bullshit spiel, and he's like, I can't believe they didn't call me. I'm trained, but I guess the women are doing the men's job, and everybody get fired up. Go out and be part of this. Okay? What does that mean?
And find lots of terrorists that we took out of action. But, it's very frustrating because you had a team of people that got a lot of those men decided not to get involved. If I was there, I'd have disobeyed orders. I'm not going in and I'm doing this. I don't care.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because everybody would have, Jaco. If you're standing outside a house and there are 2 people in there and 30 children, and they're like, oh, we just got the call. They said we can't go in. Everybody would have went in. Just like you said, I would have disobeyed orders. Not just her and 2 people who volunteered and everybody else just stood there and watched. That's not the way it works. Everybody would have went in. So our story doesn't make sense. None of our stories make sense. You're so close to calling out, but you're just like, oh, it must just be those people around her. Oh, it must just be the people who call her and don't call me. Oh, it must just be the people in charge. Oh, it must just be the people running this team. Oh, it must just be the members of this elite group over here.
I've done that. And that's what
Thankfully,
me
a couple
and
did.
other people need to do right now. Start doing it.
Well, and that's when I reached out to Madison. I found her, or somebody actually helped me find her website. And that's what I said is, you've seen me, Michael. I stay so calm. I've alchemized a lot of things. But when I saw Madison had to do that and she had the black eye, I was like shook. And same kind of indignation, like, where are the people? Why aren't people showing up? And then people are like, I can't believe you're putting these videos out. And I'm like, how could I not put them out? What are people thinking? As a matter of fact, everyone should be copying this and putting it on their thing too, so they can't even keep up.
Right. Well, that's what I like Michael saying with the men. Like I said this about the muzzles. I'm like, why are these men just cuckold to the government at this point? Is that the right word? Cuckold? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you are literally grow up, man up. And luckily when we went in, some didn't obey orders, but I definitely have survived it, and they stole so much from me. There's no way I cannot go in to battle and fight for them. But these men do need to stand up, because I agree, the men should be leading it. Listen, I believe in the Bible. I think that the men should be the leaders. I shouldn't be the one leading these teams. I think that men need to stand up, and they need to grow up, and they need to really start fighting, because it's, there's very few like you out there, Michael, that are speaking truth and standing up and actually in the battle, fighting it.
I think we need to recruit some Amazonian women. That's what we need.
Wonder Woman. There you are. Well,
you women are definitely Wonder Woman. And, we talk about the demonic level. I was like, wow, I've never heard anyone talk like that. I thought I was the only one. So you're both on another level, fighting the demonic realm, because that's where the real power is. So if you're going after that demonic realm with power, which both of you absolutely have, because you're very much in touch with the creator God energy force, and you're beautiful souls. I mean, angels out there fighting with swords. So it's cool to see you, both of you, doing the work you're doing. And Claire, they're in England, and England used to rule the world there for a while, and so their influence is tremendous coming out of the UK. So the fact that you're leading I feel like you're leading the fight there. It's like I don't hear anybody else stepping up like you are. So
I think the thing is, Michael, the Hampstead case, which is a case that was debunked, which is disgusting, because it obviously was true. At the moment, I can't say what's happening with it, but obviously my team that are in America, because that's how I keep myself safe, are researching that again, because there's 150 people involved in that, which are school teachers. There's 17 metropolitan police. There's judges. It goes from the top to the bottom. I mean, for instance, I won't go through this, but the interviewing officers that were in it, as an example, that are Freemasons, okay, with one of them, Mr. Anthony, he's got 2 positions. Just after he attempted, after the cover-up, he got the treasurer position. And is it an almoner position, which is the eyes watcher of the lodge? So he was interviewing the kids, and things went missing from the files. For instance, like the children's hair follicles, which proved that they'd been on cocaine. The father never even got his hair follicles tested. There's so much gone on, and now the mother, she went to pick some. I mean, I don't know the full facts of this, but at the moment she's been arrested, and she's still trying to get her kids back. And she's in a position where they've planted drugs on her, £150,000 worth of drugs. She can't even afford anything of mine, 150 grand worth of drugs. So she's now gone to prison. But I'm still going to go after the case through my American colleagues. So for anybody who's watching this, that obviously is a high-ranking paedophile in the UK, just so you know, we're going to tear your ass down, and we are coming after you.
And we know who you are. We're coming.
Yes. Oh, it's so easy, because all we're doing is getting all the case studies. I have somebody that had been able to get me low-level surveillance, let's say. I'm not suggesting it's eye in the sky, but we've been able to track some of these people to their various lodges where they're going. So we've been doing that for the past year. So in case you're thinking of coming and killing me, just so you know, it's not going to make any difference, because we're still going to take you down and your bloodline.
Beautiful.
Amen. Amen. And then a lot of this goes back to the porn industry, and it's wild how they're all so connected. And two things that Madison said on Right On Radio that I thought were unbelievably brilliant. One, there's no such thing as child porn. It is child abuse and child torture. And the other was that the porn industry is the number1 trafficker. So I don't know. I would love to hear what Michael thinks about that, and then maybe you could pass it off to Madison.
Yeah, so it's.
I'd like to hear what Michael thinks about that, because, you know, Jaco, who specializes in porn, why don't we hear what he thinks about fucking being trained to trained combat? Being trained in combat plus guns, also trained. Why don't we hear about that?
Talking about the three-letter agencies again, they profit. There's a dark web of money making, human trafficking, the porn industry, stealing intellectual property. We've had people on, Carmen and I, that talk about that. So there's lots of weapons trafficking.
Yeah, that's the same person, Mullet.
Drug trafficking, weapons trafficking used to be like the biggest moneymaker. Human trafficking is now. And
yeah,
and especially child trafficking, and it's massive amounts of money. And I know, Madison, you talked about the money that you like name numbers. I was, God, for children, it's like unbelievable. So yeah,
they're talking about how horrible the porn industry is, as well as the CIA. He was in the CIA and she was in the porn industry, and they're like, we can tell you about it. Trust us.
It's understandable that
okay.
I saw it when I worked in that three-letter agency. I saw this because you can see it. It's like behind the scenes, and you see people that are involved. It's like, what are you doing?
Right.
And because everything's.
I think that all the time, Jane. The problem is they don't fall for the outlandish shit all at once. It builds up in them. They fall for something simple that a lot of people will, and then they research and go a little bit deeper. And then a little bit deeper, and then a little bit deeper, a little bit deeper, a little bit deeper, until they're so deep. We're looking at it as a whole. You think, oh my God, only a crazy person could believe this. But they believed it a little bit at a time, and they eased themselves into it.
Compartmentalized, you can't really speak out, but I'm doing it now. So it's happening. So Madison, what can you tell us about, the agencies and how they're trafficking? Because think about it. The most powerful intelligence agencies in the world, in the UK and in America, they have vast, wealth behind them.
I've blamed them for it. I've blamed the people who believe it too before, and then like I get mad or aggravated with it or tired of doing this type of shit. But then I always think back, like they fell for something small, and then this, and they're an older group, and they're not good with the internet. They don't understand how stuff's photoshopped. They don't understand how stuff lies, or they got confirmation bias, or they only see this type of stuff because that's what their algorithm feeds them. They've never seen a show that calls it out or says that it's not true.
They have
Not to mention they had it all the way from the fucking White House telling them not to believe anything else. Don't believe any news. Don't believe any of this. Don't believe any of that. Just go out here and believe me and believe them.
governments behind them.
It's crazy. It's a crazy time we live in.
They have judicial systems behind them. Think about that. Think
And
how
Michael, they
powerful
also
that
have
is.
mega churches behind them.
But the
Huge
thing
mega
is-
churches.
But in the
That's
UK,
Thanks for bringing that up.
Michael, in the
Thanks for
UK,
bringing that up.
Serco, for instance, Serco had their own satellites with the Queen that actually would sell official secrets against the whole world. They had official secrets against China and every country. So that's all we've been dealing with for God knows how long.
Check for rectal bleeding, Johnny. I think that's where he plugs in at. I'm not sure. I watched a movie on it once. It was starring Madison Marquette. I think he plugs in through your bum hole, and if you have any rectal bleeding, that's probably a sign that he plugged in to remote view you and to influence you.
It's just secrets, isn't it? We don't actually produce anything else, do we, apart from bullshit?
Well, and
Sorry.
here's the thing going on, the trafficking with the mega churches, it's also connected.
Mm.
Huge. Like
Yeah.
yes, the numbers, like when I'm going in and doing these extractions, they're not looking at these children as children. It's depending on how much that child was abused, or if they've been abused and still a virgin, as they call it, it's anywhere from 10,000 to over 100,000. I mean, that's prices of drugs right there. And these mega churches, and I've dropped some names. Let me drop another one here. So I've said Ray Glory of the Harvest Crusade through the stadium, trafficking going on. Rick Warren as well, trafficking through there. Let me name this one I haven't named yet. TD Jakes in Texas. Huge trafficker. I mean, these are
I mean, I wonder. She could be ruining people's lives by doing this.
huge mega churches that are trafficking children and doing it through the porn industry and trafficking women as well and going completely through. And so this is it's a multi-trillion dollar
She's a lawyer.
industry. And then once the women are done being
No problem, Johnny. Thank you.
use them as like birthing, where they just birth children, so then the children are born into the life and they can sacrifice the children and do all of that. Or they start grooming the women, because before I got out, Derek told me he had sold me overseas. I don't know where I was going, but I strongly believe it was probably to China or some of these communist countries, to where they could just use me to birth these children. And then I don't know if they would have turned me into a groomer.
Yeah, China needs more children.
A lot that he would groom, but for Epstein, it was a lot about the torture aspect as well. So, I think that it's so connected. No mega church should be making millions of dollars. No pastor should be worth millions of dollars. Period. Point blank. I don't care who you are. If you're worth millions of dollars, there is a problem and there is something wrong there. Period. You're from the devil, and I rebuke it in Jesus' name.
There we go. That's all we needed.
So yeah,
That's all we needed to hear.
In the Middle East, this massive trafficking rings.
The bad man's gone.
Having been there, I used to see them, and the same thing. The top people in the Middle East are, they go to these tents in the desert, and there's like just wow, it's unbelievable. Alcohol they're not supposed to drink, and women from all over the world.
Right.
And it's pretty crazy.
Well, it's crazy too, Michael. You were in the these three-letter agencies. I think where the problem where people don't come forward is that if, say, you were there and you saw it, but you didn't do anything, they'll blame it. Like they'll probably have a picture of you there. So you didn't do anything. And so then they use that as like the blackmail. And so people don't want to come forward because you don't want to be associated as a trafficker or someone that abuses children. So it's like this circle of you can.
That's why they don't come forward.
Now in the tech era,
The innocent people don't come forward because they'll get labeled as traffickers.
just put someone there that wasn't. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
the vicious cycle.
So yeah, while I was overseas, and we would have visiting dignitaries that we had to provide security for. Like one of them is called Hilly, and Hilly would have her retinue of children come in. So I told everybody, watch what happens when Hilly comes in. And everybody's like, what are you talking about? It's like, you're going to see. And she would come in, and the guys that do her, because I refused. I said that jokingly, half jokingly, said, you see my heavy weapon here that Mike used on her? And they're like, well, you're not going to be a part of the detail then. I'm like,
this sounds a lot like a lie. So when he was working VIP security, probably for a contractor, maybe under a 3-letter agency, who cares, but probably for a contractor, he said, oh, we are guarding Hillary Clinton. You see my pistol? I might take it out and kill her. And they're like, well, maybe you should set this one out, big dog. Because at first he was going to say he was part of it. He said, when she was coming in, I told everybody to watch her. Watch what's going to happen. You see her with the kiddies. But now it's, oh, I refuse. I wouldn't do it. This is what I did. Half jokingly, I said I was going to kill her. As her security detail in a foreign country? Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
that's good. And so the guys that were involved, they're like, I can't believe you're getting away with this. They came up to me later and said,
we already covered that Sharka's attack.
During the night.
Oh, God.
We already covered her sister.
It's absolutely crazy. But that's why.
It sounds like it's not even true. That's crazy. Sounds like somebody might have made it up. Sorry, I'm trying to scroll gently.
You were right. They brought in the children during the night.
Oh, God.
Mm-hmm.
It's absolutely crazy. But that's why I love that Madison said they bought and sold the wrong girl. And it's so true. And there's so much light around you, baby. And I can't even tell you how thankful
Come on, baby. You're covered in a lot, baby.
I also was curious about what you had mentioned.
My favorite baby.
Today was something to do with the media.
Well, the media. So I think people are going to be shocked. I mean, I've said this before with what's going to happen in the world. I think they're going to be shocked with the media. I think the media is going to fall completely. I don't do any mainstream media. I might do one later, and that is only because Lee Keltner, the Patriot that got killed in Denver, is my friend's brother, and she just wants to keep his name going. And so that's the only reason I would do it, is for her. But I think some of these media, and specifically, I don't know if I can say it here, CN, add the other letter, and some people on some of these people that you are seeing and that you love and you get your news from, and not to mention as well as the New York Times. Watch some of these reporters, because they are going to be gone very quickly here.
Are you sure?
Going down.
CN, add the other letter. CNA, Certified Nursing Assistant. Got it.
You know, and everyone should know this. I mean, Kumo, he's done for. He's definitely done for. Both of those brothers.
Yeah.
So
I remote view them doing that. So that's interesting, that because you're like verifying all the stuff that, well, a lot of stuff I haven't verified all of it, but when the time is right, it comes out, just like you're doing right now. So the time is right for a lot of this stuff coming. So this is unexcusable.
What?
When people see what they have done, this thing right here, which is still a tip of the iceberg, guys.
Yeah.
Still a tip of the iceberg, what these evil people have done that are supposedly our leaders, and get away with unbelievable atrocities.
Could I make a point at Michael saying something? I mean,
Please.
I hope you don't mind, but when we were talking about the case with the little boy Angel that died in Madison's arms, and one of the things that got me about that case was the fact that,
Of course, we got to hit that story again. That's the real moneymaker.
poor old Madison, and I know it's not just about that, but after that event of that night, she had to go back to the hospital the following day because 2 of the children passed away. So it doesn't just
Wait. What?
died in Madison's arms. And one of the things that got me about that case was the fact that poor old Madison, and I know it's not just about that, but after that event of that night, she had to go back to the hospital the following day because 2 of the children passed away. So it doesn't just end there. It carries on, and then finding places to put them. And the fact is that Madison, am I right in speaking out on this one? When they were in the house and you didn't know how many was in the house at the time, you know, 2 other children had passed away in that house, but hadn't there as well? It's horrific what's going on, isn't it? It's just horrific.
It is horrific.
Claire, you're
They're just making shit up now.
that go like, you know,
They're just making shit up now. Anything for the grift.
I know Angel that died in Madison's arms, and one of the things that got me about that case was the fact that poor old Madison, and I know it's not just about that, but after that event of that night, she had to go back to the hospital the following day because 2 of the children passed away. So it doesn't just end there. It carries on, and then finding places.
That's the first time they just come up with this shit. They just come up with it.
Madison, am I right in speaking out on this one? When they were in the house and you didn't know how many was in the house at the time, you know, 2 other children had passed away in that house, but hadn't there as well? It's horrific what's going on, isn't it? It's just horrific.
It is horrific.
Claire, you know the tendrils that go like, you know, the former UK satellites, like Australia, Canada, and all these other places, which have been horrific in their own right. What do you see about them? What have you, from your little sting cells and stuff, what are you getting from these other countries? Because I think that's a big reveal that's coming soon too.
I think New Zealand and Australia are really in need of a clear out massively. Massively. Everybody thinks that Australia is very bad, but New Zealand, and I've got friends, by the way, that live there that have no idea what's going on. But I mean, Ghislaine Maxwell's boat was there, wasn't it? The people that was on the deck that was cleaning up was said, and they texted me and said that they shouldn't have been on deck. They got chucked off by some Secret Service guys, but that was her boat at the time when she'd gone off AWOL. And there was all sorts of clothes and kids.
So it's her boat at the time.
Bins nearby.
Okay.
There's some very deep and demonic, nasty people working in our system and in those countries. And I think that we've got to just have a huge clear up. And I have to be honest with you, anybody that doesn't believe in the death penalty, they need to just walk on by, because I'm sorry, I want to be at the front of the queue for these MFs. Because, you know, it just
for these MFs.
Can't get away with it. We just need
how much can they keep making up?
Or rape in general.
Hey, Beer Man, Tara Rose brought you 3 6-packs. Thank you, I appreciate it.
We just need to be all taken to Guantanamo the lot, and that's it, and done for. There's none of this. Oh, let's go through a normal court. It's all got to change.
Listen how crazy this sounds. I'm gonna take my own money, and then I'm going to make sure that the FBI picks me up and trains me to train. I want them to train me in combat and train me in guns too. And then once they do, I'm going to pick my own team, and I'm just going to randomly go to Dallas, Texas, and start kicking down doors and searching houses until I find the Patriot Street Fighter. No one will bother me because, you know, I'm doing it for the kids. What?
Some of them have been.
They're also, like Madison said, they're subhuman. So they've gotten so deep and dark that they have become very heavy and dense and dark energy. The humanity is gone from them.
Yeah.
Right.
But
New Zealand is one of the places that the elite have to escape to. So that's one of the places that really needs.
Oh yeah.
That's beautiful. You brought that up, Claire. Good.
Well, I've got friends that live there, as I say, and I mean, because of the polo community, and you know, it's vile what's going on. But my friends are involved in that. But what I'm saying is, when I talk to her about it now, she's one of my good friends who I play polo with. She's now started going down the route of Jesus now and stuff. But it's only because I've shown her.
Oh, okay.
She's like, oh my.
Now
God.
she likes Jesus again.
They still don't get it, Michael, at all. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you all.
And then when
you all don't get it.
I'm very much for the. I mean, my husband and I, we've been friends for 10 years before we got married 3 years ago. I've always said to him, he knows what I'm like. Everyone's my fight. Everybody. I will fight the world to protect the individual, and that's what I will always do, because I know in my heart, money is not my God. Humanity is my God, and that is all it's ever going to be. So I won't be corrupted, and nobody will be able to corrupt me ever. I mean, I was asked not long ago.
Nobody ever will be able to corrupt me.
Why don't you?
Okay.
Why don't you run for an MP and all that? And I said, the thing is,
I don't believe you, but okay.
I won't change me for anything because I won't go and compromise my own beliefs for what people want because they make people too prissy and and we're not perfect. I'm not perfect. You're not perfect, and the world needs to think not perfect people running the world. Helping.
But that's what they
You're definitely not perfect. I agree.
come after us, and people are so like want it so bad. They have the offer that they keep giving me because I am suing my traffickers, and and like you said, they're not elite, they're scumbags like that. I'm suing. They continue. The offers go up astronomically because they're like, please stop speaking out, like don't. And I'm like, I don't want your money. It's not about money, it's about exposing you. And because I'm suing you, it kind of protects me a little bit because it's in court. Something happens to me, it's in a court of law. And it's like it's like, here's millions of dollars, and then it's also here's millions of dollars, or here, harm these children and we'll make you famous or do whatever. And that is where the problem has lied since 1831.
Yep. Absolutely.
Right.
And then
Can I
Madison,
say-
selfishly,
Sorry.
I just wanted to see, because Matthew McConaughey was running for governor here,
Mm.
and you had mentioned his name. Is there any more information that you can give us, or is that all you
So,
can do is say the name?
I'm about to fly to Texas myself and run for governor, and I will stand up, and I would love to battle that a-hole on stage because he is some of these actors that have been quiet and like really not out there, they're the biggest perpetrators, and that is Matthew McConaughey. 110%. And I say it, they are going to come after the conservative states like Texas. There was a ban the Bible bill in Texas a few months back. And the fact that the governor in Texas just released where he's going to fight at the border with multiple people and multiple agencies, and they're going to fight the border crisis. Matthew, that is a hard thing for Matthew McConaughey, because then his supply in Texas goes away, because that's where their supply is coming from right now, is through the border with American and Mexican children. And so Matthew McConaughey, that is why they want these celebrities that have not been snatched up yet, but I do believe they are going to get snatched. Matthew McConaughey.
Oh, he's going to get snatched up.
Like,
oh yeah,
TikTok,
he's
Matthew
definitely
McConaughey.
going bye-bye. Yeah.
Yeah.
You have exposed him. Now that when I saw him with his mask on in the wilderness saying that we need to be in our mask, I'm like, you just died to me, Matthew. And then you came out with your stuff. I'm like, that's I see that now. Okay.
Well,
so that's beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah.
The next
And
mask
he
he'll
doesn't
be wearing will have a rope around his neck with it.
And I'm going to tell everybody.
Are y'all fighting who has the most information on her? Is that what y'all are fighting over?
To say it here, the masks and the muzzles have nothing to do with your health. It has to do with the uprising in human trafficking and modern day slavery. And
I didn't even see y'all arguing.
I haven't muzzled myself or my children. And you know what's crazy, Michael? You said like men need to come forward. I have gotten more threats from men than I have from women. I had one man try to grab, I'm always strapped, like you can't see it, but he tried to grab my
I'm always strapped. That's military lingo.
like weapon.
I'm always strapped.
Like, I'll shoot you. Like you're crazy because I'm
I
not
thought you were trained in combat and trained in guns.
wearing a muzzle, and you're scaring my kids. And when I have my kids with me, I'm alter like
other level.
Heightened, and it's like, no, you're these men and the
Yeah. I saw. I was telling Chad earlier that she said that last mission or whatever, she hurt her shoulder. I think's what she was saying, and she had to take a break from social media and missions because she hurt her shoulder. Her Telegram's a mess too. She says, I swear, I think that she has a habit, judging from like some of the reviews, and the way they were posted. Like, I think she pretends to be other people. Even on her Telegram, I think that she said she gave it over to her friends because she didn't want the stress of trying to run it while she was trying to do everything else. She said she turned it over to her friends, but I think it's still her running it. It's just the whole thing's weird. She's always claiming to be someone else, but she talks about her injury and shit on Telegram and how it's fucking with her. She says on Twitter, that the receipts are on Telegram. If you want the proof, they're on Telegram. If you go to Telegram, there's a pinned post that says if you ask for proof, basically you're a piece of shit.
The mask, I mean, I'm so sick of hearing it. And these people, I mean, even now, it's like they
Mm-hmm.
cling to it, even in the conservative states like Florida and Texas, where they have multiple masks on. I'm like, you're clinging to it like a baby blanket. You know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
and it makes it really easy for them to move children around. You can't even see the darn things.
right. Right. And you have a hat on. I've said this a million times, a hat on, I put my hair back and a muzzle, and someone else has, and then you can switch out the muzzle and the hat on the kid, and you would have no idea where those kids are going
Yep.
or how to find them at all.
And that's one another. You're right. That's another reason why they want that stuff. So they have activities to hide that stuff. So we had Burgess Meredith on.
No, Burgess Owens.
Or Burgess Owens. I'm sorry, Burgess Owens. Yeah, thank you. So Burgess Owens on. He talked about how basically slavery is at the highest level it's ever been in history right now. So everybody's like, "Oh, slavery is a thing of the past." You haven't been overseas, and it's even here in America, big time. So Burgess Owens came on our show. He was talking about, I'm going to put forward an idea that, you know, Utah become the first state not to have slavery. They attacked him like crazy. They came out and said he was KKK. It's unbelievable. So,
He's black.
and he's a black man. He's like the most beautiful soul. I'm like, man, that guy is like, he needs to be president. So it's like
God-fearing, clear-headed, amazing man. Yeah.
Oh, I mean, we're seeing the attacks happen. Madison, I'd love to have you come into the Navy SEAL teams and do some speeches about manly. That would be great. So because they're attacking the man. They're attacking the manhood. That's why we're not seeing enough men step up and do because women are having to do it because men won't do it. And that's okay. I just want a leader. I don't care if you're man, woman, or what you are. Get out there. Let's change this silliness. This is unbelievable.
I said that a million times that they're attacking the men. I've done multiple posts. I'm like, they're coming after the men. The attack on the man, they're coming first. And let me tell you, I have two. I'm going to say this here, and I'm going to get so much hate, but I don't care. I have two boys. They have penises. They were born with penises. That's how God made them. I'm sorry if I can't say that here on YouTube. I apologize. But
I think you can say penis
at a young
on YouTube,
so that they don't grow up to be men. And the attack, even like the mask thing, that was an attack on men. And the men that went in and just said, "Oh, okay, I'll do it." You're not men. You're not. And you know what? You can ask for forgiveness, but don't ever muzzle yourself again. It is a huge attack on our men. And even the good men, like you were talking about the gentleman that was just on your show, an attack on him because he's standing up for what is right. He's standing up for the truth. If he runs for president, I don't even know him. He has my vote.
There you go. You get it figured out now.
So I think that as we move forward and birthing person, hello, it's a woman.
Yeah.
A woman gets birth to, a child. Yeah. Come on. So
when
they're
you're used to having breeding programs, then you call it that.
I mean, I'm really pissed off about that because listen, if I can bleed for 7 days and not die, I'm sick of them. You can go get your period for a month. I'm sorry, I'm going to be gross. Yes, I said it. That is just ridiculous that they're attacking. You have not, and having a baby is not an easy thing to do. So let's just stop.
I see what you did there, Jay Hyatt.
Please.
Madison.
She's like, cut it out.
Time out. Claire, step in. All right, back on the road.
You know what that means. Madison and I had these things that would do
this. These people, man, this grift is thick with these two.
Yeah, because last time she promised.
It started as simple as I went through the porn industry, and when I decided I didn't want to do porn anymore, they made me a prostitute. I also had some early childhood trauma. Then it went to naming names, pointing at people. Then it went to bigger names, badder names. Then it went to even bigger names. Then it went to A-list celebrities. Then it went to political motives. Then it went all the way to Joe Biden just to keep getting attention. When that wasn't enough attention, she claims that a federal agency trained her to combat and guns, whatever that means, trained her to train combat and guns, and then gave her a team and started sending her out to kick down doors and pick up kids. She spreads that out when she also is a mother of two and somehow found a way to graduate high school or get a GED, get a 4-year degree, an undergrad, and then go to law school where she is now a lawyer, and she's coming out to fight everybody in the legal arena.
Claire promised Madison she wouldn't talk about her boobs, and she ended up doing it anyway.
All right, you gotta have fun. Like Claire said, we can joke, we can laugh, we talk about deep stuff, but the bad guys. I've been around a lot of bad guys. They don't joke. No. We joke.
Yeah.
Because we love life.
They don't look like
we're gonna live life, and we're gonna
all.
push back on this craziness. Where it's like, and that's the way we are in like the special forces and stuff like that. We have gallows humor. We see people die all the time, and die sometimes by our means, and we quite frankly joke about it.
Do you know what, Michael?
That lightens everything up. Yeah.
I've got a friend of mine in Iraq at the moment. I mean, he lives not far from me originally, but he's an old friend, and he's coming to help me when he comes back. And I phoned him up a while ago, and his job is to check phone systems and who's, if anyone's corrupting them or clicking into your phone. And I phoned him, and he said he knew someone was in on the phone conversation. So we were talking, because I didn't put the phone down, because I only phoned him for a laugh. And he said to me, "Oh, I've had the trots," he said, for 2 days. And I thought, oh my God. So he's telling me all about Delhi Belly. And I'm thinking, well, whoever this is in MI6, they ain't going to want to listen to this conversation, are they? Do you know what I mean? It was just hilarious. I couldn't believe it. I said, well, there you go, Richie. I said, I don't think they got what they wanted out of that conversation. It was just a standard conversation. So,
that's like Jessie says, she just starts praying for people once she realizes they're on, and she's like, I do really long prayers and bore the hell out of them.
You know what I did the other week? This is really bad, but I've forgotten that my phone was in the bathroom, so I was playing music, and then I thought, oh my God, the camera's on and I'm naked like that, and I did something crazy because I thought, I wonder if I'm being watched. You know what I mean? I wonder if they've got me watched. So I went up to the camera like that, and my boobs went, oh yeah, baby, come
Claire,
on. Like
this
that.
is your
What? What? What?
Do you know what? If they're in MI6 watch, they'll be going, I'm taking Claire's phone. I'm watching Claire today.
She's going to win them over one way or another.
Oh, it did. I really
Right.
did a good
Now Madison wants to step in. Claire, you got to time out for
I know,
Claire.
well, Claire. Just cut it.
Yeah, and then I guess I could bring it back to business, and I would love to know, are you done with the tribunals?
Tribunals for me are done, and all my friends that were testifying in tribunals
She testified in over 100 tribunals at the White House because
are done.
I don't know.
Unless they snatch up other people, then if I get a subpoena. But at this point, they're done, thankfully, because it was very intense for sure. I've said this before. I don't Google myself or look up anything. I have enough hate out there already, and I don't look at any of the abuse videos. So it was the first time in my life that I'd seen it. So it was very exhausting and trying.
I can't imagine
seeing.
And
but
so
like
you have to bring your own evidence.
And that we had
See how it ends.
information that they thought they were recording.
I think we got the biggest part of it. See how it ends.
Doesn't have to be fired. Of course, some people will go away.
Speaking of porn stars, did you guys see the porn star that died mysteriously after the George Floyd memorial incident?
One job for me today. Each person, go on, research that and share it with one other person, because that's how you can be heroes for me. That's all I need you to do, because if you do that and you spread the word, we can say, okay, and then they rip their organs out and sell them to China. What I'm going to ask you to do now is every single person that's watching this, just do one job for me today. Each person, go on, research that and share it with one other person.
And if they come to your door or your school or anything like that, they cannot talk to your child because it's against the Constitution. It's an illegal search and seizure. And if they want to question your child for a crime or whatever, then they have the legal right to an attorney. Don't let them in your house. Don't talk to them, because they're the number 2 largest trafficking ring out there.
By the way, not only did she's saying the police or whatever, the number 2 largest trafficking ring. In her personal story, she says that the way she finally escaped and got out of this sex ring she was being sold in is she was at a house that got like busted for something, like the police broke in, and she had warrants. And she claims that the warrant was her and her husband was getting divorced, and her husband was very wealthy, and she went to the bank to open a new bank account, and she wrote a check from one account to another account, and the check bounced. And the bank gave her the benefit of the doubt and gave her the money because her husband was wealthy at the time, and she stole the money, okay? She stole the money basically from the bank. It wasn't any good, and they fronted it, so she took it out. So she gets arrested on that charge for bouncing that check. Then she gets arrested, and she says, thank God, I'm finally out of here. I'm away from these people. Take me to jail. Awesome. One of the police officers that's there recognizes her as a porn star / prostitute, and every night he gets her out of her jail cell, takes her to the roof of the jail, and just has his way with her because he recognizes what she is and who she is. Every male figure in her life, including her former husband, at one time or most of the time ends up having their way with her.
Fight hard against CPS. I have 4 different families in different states, all with the same experience of one
I didn't say her husband was wealthy. I'm saying that's what her claim was.
trafficker who trafficked the kids, and these kids are just messed up from it. And now CPS was wanting to pay them under the table to make is and I think Jess had touched on this with Jess and Jeff, is that
every time a new man enters her life, she gets forcefully taken.
Let's protect these children. And it's like, it's whatever information that they're feeding us. And it's like, that's one of the problems with the child trafficking. Where I'm at in the organization that I'm at, it's one man that funds all of it so we can go and rescue these kids. You wouldn't even know that this person had money. He drives around this beater car. He's just an angel here on earth. And he's like, no, I got this money, but
we've looked at like those people who believe they're like targeted individuals. They think everybody that drives by their house is watching them, and they think everybody that pulls up beside them at a red light is a secret agent. And they think everybody that has a cell phone out while driving down the road in the passenger seat of a car is filming them. Do you think she has the same thing, but she just thinks it's people that forced her into intercourse?
I'm gonna take it so you guys don't have to worry about certain things, and you can go and get.
She said today that she was Cappy's dead man switch. I think it was today.
Therapy that
we all have dead men switches. I was one of Cappy's.
One organization, and I will
what?
Back this organization. I say it all the time. Cami Bowker, Global Philanthropist. They are the only ones that are doing rescues and survivor support that are even adult survivors, because to become a civilian and know what your triggers are, because you still have those triggers, there's just no help. And I called multiple organizations, and none of them would help me. I had to just kind of do it all on my own. And then until this, organization helped me a little bit. And that's what it's the information out there. And then if you want to help someone.
Seems like she wanted to be an influencer, and this is the easiest way she found to do it after her book fell flat on his face.
Go find a survivor or someone in jail or a prostitute that comes out and be like,
So the what I was talking about is the porn star, damn it, what's her name? Dakota Sky. It's like she's a porn star. She posted a picture on her Instagram, I think. It's edited, right? It's got like emojis. But she posted a picture that says something about Happy George Floyd Day and in the town she lives in, like Santa Barbara or some shit. And she's in front of a spray-painted wall that says something about George Floyd, and they're calling it a George Floyd memorial. I don't know if it's an official memorial, but what it actually is behind her, across the street, is a painted wall of like a picture of George Floyd. Somebody like spray painted it. She's flashing her tits, and she posted it on Instagram. It was not received well. Lots of people attacked her and was like, "You think this is funny? This is a disrespectful shit, blah, blah, blah." And then a couple of days later, she was found dead in her RV where she lives.
You know what? Do you need a meal? Do you just sit there with them? Maybe they just need you to sit there and not hurt them
Yeah.
and pay for a
The
meal.
check she bounced.
It's very simple. What we
Can I
do.
tell you, the other day when I went to Manchester on the march, and when I came back to my car, the same guy was sitting there. That when I parked my car there, he said, "Oh, move it up a little bit, love. You've got the white line, then you won't get tickets."
That porn star, she's a very popular porn star. She's a bunch of shit.
So I did, and he never asked me for anything. He was just sitting on the floor. And when I got back, I said, "You're right. What's your name then?" And I shook his hand.
How can people contact you?
So I think
I have all of your links in MadisonMarquette.com. I mean, amazing amounts of links. You guys are like everywhere. We're going to put those in the description box so people can contact you. But go ahead and talk about it in case people don't
Austin.
get these links or whatever. Madison, how can people contact you?
So I am on, my website, it's MadisonMarquette.com. Or you can go to thecrazytrain.org. It goes to the same thing because literally we're on a crazy train. So, and then I'm on Telegram. It's, Madison Marquette per news.
Didn't go over well.
Drop receipts on there, but I'm starting to get censored on there. I noticed things
I drop receipts on there. She doesn't. She just accuses more people on there.
are getting deleted. And then Twitter, Madison Marquette, and Instagram. I'm on Facebook, but I'm one click away. A friend of him and I are on a race to see who gets canceled first. So hopefully, I'm almost canceled off of Facebook, but they can just look me at Madison Marquette.
Awesome.
They can find me.
And Claire, that's I love your name. How can people get hold of you? The Great British Bird. I love it.
Yeah, I thought of that very quickly because I didn't know what to call myself. I couldn't call myself Sweary Claire, could I? Because that doesn't sound so good. Which, or Potty Mouth Claire. That's not really got the same ring to it, has it? So it's www.greatbritishbird.org. And that is for anybody that is struggling or in an area of, let's say, they've been struggling with paedophilia, somebody's after them, or trafficking, or any individual, a child or anyone can get hold of us on there. And
Oh no, Johnny.
private Proton accounts, so which is completely private. They go through to teams, and we will research.
She definitely does not know the difference between dropping accusations and dropping receipts. The one that I read to you was Billy Graham buys Voodoo Donuts, or Billy Graham's son.
Help you. So that's what that's there for. If you want to go on Instagram, it's Claire.
That's one of the receipts she dropped.
ClareAokeell, and that's one. That's Instagram. And Telegram, it's just Great British Bird.
And on Claire's, just so people know, there is an American intel for trafficking or someone needs help, and a UK one that goes to both of our teams that will partner up. So if anyone needs
Our
help,
teams.
send it there, and then Claire and I will get our team on it.
However, I do think going forward, where we need to get to is all of these agencies that are good. We all need to matrix ourselves together because we are humanity. So instead of everybody working separately, we have got to get this together, all of us.
Yeah.
Yes. Very good.
Amen. Amen.
And Pastor Dragonfly, how can people reach you if they want to?
So this week, I'm just going to tell you about Let Me Ask My
By the way, that's Pastor Dragonfly. You're right.
podcast because it's my birthday and my daughter wants more people on her channel. And she says, even if you hate it and you leave me hate mail, she goes, I'll take the subscriber. So that's how this week, that's all I'm talking about is Let Me Ask My Mom. So please show up there.
That's nice. Very nice. And if people want to get a hold of me, michaelkjaco.com. And thank you, ladies. That was absolutely amazing share. I still have a lot of questions, so maybe we can get
There's no telling how much money they've made over this. Book sales and donations and everything else. Who the hell knows?
some even deeper reveals. I think, Madison, you did not disappoint at all. Claire, you're absolutely amazing. I love both of you guys. And we look forward to seeing you go forward and do amazing things like you're doing right now, and even more amazing things.
Could I just ask?
That's right, Jay Hot.
Can you do a little dance for us?
Yeah, the next time. Thanks for bringing it up. And yeah,
I'm not coming on unless I have a dance.
And for people that are wondering, she's not randomly asking for this.
I tell
we talked
people
about
secrets
before
in the
we
background. Like I used to be a male stripper. I don't know how that came out, but it came out. So now everybody knows. Thanks for bringing that up, Claire.
Sorry. Hey, do you know what? I can't keep it in. It just runs it.
I know you're like you said. You can't. I can't imagine
What?
Oh God!
Is that why we have that picture of you in that red banana hammock?
It's like the crazy train.
That's what. Yeah, right. Wait. So if I come speak to the Navy SEALs, do I get a lap dance from the?
She just asked for, can you do a little dance for us? You, the traumatized, trafficked, sex victim, just asked for a lap dance from a Navy SEAL or SEALs.
I'll drive you that.
I'm just kidding.
Wow, we're really going to, maybe, I don't know. It's probably.
I'm not kidding. I'll drive you.
All right. I'm glad to see we're ending on a good note.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Thanks everyone for joining us. Lots of love out there.
So that was inappropriate and over the line, especially for someone who's an advocate for harassment and trafficking and everything else they're supposed to be aligned with. That was strange ending. Thrusted, goddess. Thrusted. I thrusted my team. Not trusted. Oh, God. We got the. Oh, God. So, let's just start here somewhere. First of all, let's start over in Telegram. Let me grab something over here. Hold on. It's not going to get better from here. I'm just letting you know. It's going downhill. The longer we stay, the more it's going to go downhill. So, this came out. For some reason, prior to the show, Doug Kuzma will not wear sleeves. I think it's against his religion or something. No sleeves, sun's out, guns out. Doug Kuzma coming in strong.
Hey everybody, Doug here real quick. Bonafide is going to be going live from the border. There are things going down there that people need to know. Right off the top, Biden fired the Border Patrol, the guy that's in charge of the whole Border Patrol down there.
Oh, God, the chief. For some reason, Doug keeps wanting to call him the commandant. I guess that's a term he's familiar with. He says it like 4 times in the next video. The Border Patrol commandant, the commandant of the Border Patrol. I think he's called the chief officer.
The border is slam wide open.
Slam. They fired one guy, so now somebody forgot to lock the border. He took the keys with him. No one knows how to lock the lock or what the combination is, and the son of a bitch is wide open. They fired a guy, and there was just a mad rush of people. There is literally no one there now because they fired one guy. Everybody else quit, went home. They turned the lights off, and all of Mexico knows it.
Now, he's getting ready to go live, and I think he's going to try to interview.
Slap wide open. Slap wide open.
That's StreamYard on standby to go live at any time. So you guys look for your YouTube notifications. This is breaking stuff that you will not.
It's hard to tell how short he is until you see that picture with him with that woman and the Velcro shoes.
See on
then you're like, oh.
It is absolute.
Yeah, his arm is resting on his side boob. I wasn't going to say anything, but thanks for pointing that out, chat.
batshit crazy down in Texas right now, and we're getting live feed from down there and what the hell's going on. So pay attention to your YouTube notifications. Make sure that you're on the Frog News Network and you hit notifications so you get notifications as soon as we go live. He just called me. He's trying to set up with the sheriff right now. It's going batshit crazy down there right now.
Dylan McKay, are you some type of illegitimate child of Scott McKay?
So pay attention to the YouTube channel. We'll be going live at any time now. As soon as
anytime now. Bonafide is literally having a meeting with the Border Patrol. They've called him in from South Carolina and said, man, you got to get down here. They fired the commandant of the Border Patrol. And we need you here immediately. The border is slap wide open.
He's getting ready to go live. Talk to y'all later.
Okay, so that rolls into this one. I haven't watched the latest one, but we need to cover some more stuff because Doug gets super excited here. Way overexcited, especially for the stress that his heart is already under. Here we go. Doug is so excited, he doesn't even run his patented commercials. Probably afraid YouTube's going to drop the axe on him because he's not revealing that there is an ad within his video, but whatever.
Hey guys, Doug here. Sorry it took so long, but Bonafide was in a meeting with the Border Patrol and everybody else down.
Bonafide was in a meeting with the Border Patrol. They called him in. They're like, "Hey, Bonafide, how do we solve this? How do we solve this? What? We're in a complete panic. We're glad you're here. We needed somebody with a spectacular name like Bonafide. What do we do now?" They fired the commandant.
Down there for the last hour and a half. He just got out, and he's getting ready to come on right now. I know I've been holding you guys in suspense. I do apologize. There is some crap going down on that border. They have fired the guy that was in charge of all the...
He acts like this is... And their bot is in the chat, and it just keeps saying, breaking news. He acts like it's a literal military invasion. All because the one guy got fired yesterday by Biden. I'm sure he's going to put his own guy in there. And I'm sure business went as normal, as usual. I don't think that... I would say if you took the border crossings from yesterday and the border crossings for today, they would be average. I don't think anything that spectacular happened. Not enough to warrant even an extra stem cell patch for today. I mean, stick with your 6 a day. Don't put on a 7th one. You know the doctors have warned you about the brain tumor. Just keep the 6 patches on. You'll be all right.
Border Patrol.
Yeah, the meeting that Bonafide was called to is like a town hall meeting that was already scheduled and planned.
That was put in place by 45 President Trump. Now they put this guy in control of it that don't care what the hell's going on.
He don't care. So the new guy don't care. The new guy, when they said, how does it feel to be commandant of the border? He said, first of all, 2 questions. What's commandant and what border? He don't even care. He don't care about the border. He don't care about stem cell patches. He don't care about the course I took that taught you how to stream and talk right or nothing. He hates us.
That meeting, he's about to come in the back office and go live from down there on the border where the meeting was and see if he can get one of the sheriffs to come on here live and explain what in the hell's going on down at the border.
Yeah, we need to know.
Batshit crazy, like I said it was. He'll be.
What do we need to do? Do we need to buy a helmet? Do we need to put it on? If I have a helmet already, should I be wearing it?
Be on just a minute, okay, guys? No call outs, no advertisements.
Nothing, no call outs, no advertisements with no D. Never get any D. Anyways. I mean, like, I don't like what's going on at the border either. But it's been going on for months. Like nothing changed here. You know, it's like nothing changed. There was just a guy that was fired and another guy took his spot. That usually happens with a new president.
We just going live. This is breaking news. Our border is wide slam open.
Wide slam open. Nobody closed the gate. What do we do now?
Give a crap who's coming in our country, and they're sending in, not good people. Do you follow what I'm saying? So there's no call out.
The not good people.
Call-outs. This is crazy. We're waiting for Tim Bonafide to come in. He just got off the phone with me. Okay,
he's in a meeting with the Border Patrol.
He wasn't leading y'all along. He was in a meeting that all the sheriffs were in. The Border Patrol was in, and how they put this new guy in charge of the border that just is going to leave it wide slam open. Something's got to happen real soon. As we know, as he waits to come in, the guy that owned that McVeigh, whatever his dude is, that dude is like, I don't know what's going on with that guy, but he could be the switch that starts everything.
Oh, no. This guy that they put in place, this is a switch. This is the switch. The switch has been flipped. The switch is over. Here we are. Town hall meetings. They had to call in the man who's running my multi-channel network. It is something special.
He was in that jail supposedly. The next thing you know, there's a flight coming back from Spain where he was supposedly.
Hold on. He's covering a completely different story now.
As we know, as he waits to come in, the guy that owned that McVeigh, whatever his dude is, that dude is like
Timothy McVeigh is who he's talking about. The guy who owned the McVeigh, or whatever that dude is, he's the switch that started everything. The guy that owned McVeigh, plus he was on a plane to Spain land, to some place called Spanish. I don't even know where that is. Timothy McVeigh is who we're talking about today, chat.
I don't know what's going on with that guy, but
you mean McAfee?
Could be the switch that starts everything.
The Timothy McVeigh switch that started everything is a completely different switch than the McAfee switch. Just so we're all clear.
He was in that jail supposedly. The next thing,
supposedly, Jesus Christ, dude. We're 1 minute and 57 seconds in. How many times can you fuck up? Slow down, buddy. Slow down. You need to get an extra large stem cell patch and place it right in between your nose and your chin. You're the first one, okay?
You know, there's a flight coming back from Spain where he was supposedly in jail, a DOD plane, but that might have been the fail-safe switch to cut everything and go.
That was it.
But we'll see.
Fail-safe switch. The fail-safe switch.
Waiting on Tim to come in. Yes.
Cut it and go. Fire up the planes. We're going home with Timothy McVeigh.
That's what we want to know. Why ain't they protecting our borders? We had signed a treaty with Mexico back in the 1800s. We can't even protect the water on the outskirts of our border down there in Texas and Arizona. This has got to...
Doug is hung up on this water deal. He thinks that if a naval war vessel from an enemy country, a foreign enemy country, aggressively enters our space around us, I think it's within, 10 nautical miles or whatever, the Navy can fire upon that vessel, especially if they're giving them commands to turn around and they don't. So, in Doug's mind, if anybody's in the river at the border, shoot them. Why not? They're basically like a warship. What if they fire a nuclear warhead out of their asshole and it lands in one of our cities? Have you thought about that? What if they can breathe underwater and they dive like a submarine and we have to bring out sonar buoys to find them in the river? Now I think you get what we're dealing with.
Stop. Now, Bob Marley wants to go down there tomorrow, but she's going to El Paso. That's not really...
It's not El Paso.
Where the problem is. But as we know, 45 is about to head down there. So I'm waiting on Tim to go live. He's trying to line up a sheriff to come on here and talk to us live about how dire the situation is down on the border. It's uncontrolled. People are coming in our country. Who do you think they're going to vote for if they let them in, give them a ton of money, and ask them where they'd like to go? They're just giving them plane tickets and let them go where the hell they want.
Hey, good news is, Doug, your birth certificate money is protected. I don't think they're issuing on birth certificates. I bet you your bond is still good.
To Dallas. I want to go to Minnesota. I want to go to Virginia. They just put them on a plane and tell them, here's some money, here's a card, and go do what you want.
Oh, okay.
Coming across with passports. Where did these people come? They're flying these people in. There's no way they're making this thousands of mile trip. You know what I mean? In clean clothes. They're just showing up at the border and they're bringing them right on across. This is crazy. Yup, and giving them money to boot. I don't understand it.
He's so fired up.
Something has got to be done.
Oh, he turned on a LifeWave banner. Now we know he's serious, okay?
Something has got to be done. Know that we have another.
Oh, we still had a T-shirt.
50 shirts coming for these. They're working on them right now. They're working on some cool-ass hats. They're going to say Frog News. And
you can't say Trump on YouTube. You'll be instantly banned. You're not allowed to say Trump.
The other one will be
on
the
YouTube.
dog itself, where he's coming
Trump.
out.
That you can't say it.
Getting 100 hats made right now for Spartanburg, and they'll be also for sale. I didn't want to get into merch business. I was going to let somebody else ship it. What the hell? We might as well do it. So that's being made right now by the biggest vendor, the top 3 vendor in the country. And
breaking news: the side boob shakedown.
Crazy how things just happen. But we're waiting for Bonafide right now, guys. So just hang in there. He said he was coming to me live. We have a special guest and a new sponsor coming on the show. Case stuff really happens. Check this out.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Don't act like you're special. I got one over here beside me. If it didn't weigh 55 pounds and I wasn't tired, I would show it to you.
Satellite phone. My cell phone goes out, I'm up on the satellite phone. Another new sponsor. Thank God. But we'll tell you about that later. But we're waiting right now for Bonafide.
You can get all of Madison Marquette's videos on that phone. They're just all pixelated. She looks like a character from Minecraft. Well, I mean, but fully nude.
Right now.
Her two upper chest bricks are gigantic.
But guys, things are going ape shit down on the border. He is down there live.
Her giblet bricks.
This ain't 20 miles away. He's down there on the border. He reported from yesterday. He had some videos on his page showing how they came across on Mike's property. Crazy. And then on the other property of a neighbor that he has.
Bologna fried. Where you at?
And this is, like he said, within a quarter-mile radius, like 18 people an hour were coming by. The border is like 1,000 miles long. I mean, how many people are coming in a day? They're making billions.
Buy a shirt, get a patch, and a phone.
Cartel off the open border. It's got to stop, or we won't have a country back. I think everybody's just turning a blind eye to what's going on. But like I said, we're just waiting for him to go on. That's why he went straight there after we met that guy Mike at the restaurant that night. He's got it all. And it is an invasion. People are worried about the alien invasion from the sky. It's coming through right on the ground. We hear about the aliens later. This is happening right now.
You're right. I'm fired up. Right now it's happening.
Because Tim is texting me. He said, stand by.
Stand by.
In a second.
So we're about to get it.
That's why the phone's on. I got goosebumps. This is what's happening live now. Not some prearranged bullshit you see on CNN and Fox and all that. This is what's really happening.
Woo.
You want real news? We got real news. We don't have all this recorded crap and then we load it up on there. This is real news, real stuff that's happening right now. Right now, as soon as he comes on, this is going on. There was a big meeting. They fired the commandant, whoever the hell is in charge of the Border Patrol.
The commandant. It's a weird term to use for the head of the Border Patrol.
Biden fired him yesterday and hired a liberal guy that just wants the border wide open. Let anybody in our country you want. They already got passports.
That's what I'm saying. Nobody told him months ago it was open.
They give him a Visa card. They give him money. They put him on a plane and send him anywhere they want to go.
Okay.
This is insane. You damn right I'm fired up. You're not fired up. You want our country to get taken away? I'm not. I'm just being serious. This is serious stuff.
This is serious stuff.
Well, if you don't like it, you can head to another channel, bud. I'm sorry, I'm fired up. You know what I'm saying? If you don't get fired up, you know, hey, I didn't ever say I was a disciple. I say I love Jesus. I believe in God. He forgives me for my sins. Sinning, cursing don't send you to hell anyway. Read the Bible.
Oh no. He's fired up.
Anyways, we're waiting on Bonafide to come in. But you can criticize all you want. Step off if you don't like it. Change.
Step off if you don't like me. Step off.
Well, it's just like that picture.
Mommy's basement.
You and the rest will stop, right?
What did you just say, Doug? What? Hold on.
A picture I said, kill a few and the rest will stop, right?
Oh, okay.
It's the truth.
Oh,
But
you said that, A. Capone?
fire on anybody over across the water or anybody in the water. For every shot that's fired across the water, they'll kill 2 of our border patrol. That's what the cartel sent the message. Kill 2 of the border patrol for every shot you fire across.
Thank God Doug has intercepted all cartel messages that were sent to the Border Patrol that haven't been released to the public, haven't been made public statements, haven't been on any news outlets, but he's got an inside guy that told him, here's how you get the messages. He found it, and it said, for every shot that comes across the border, fired in this direction, we'll kill 2 Border Patrol agents. Signed, the cartel.
The water or shot in the water. So there's some crazy stuff. Don't judge me. Get the information and use it and do something. We're going to have some links up tonight where you can help Mike support the people that their ranches are being tore up. Their fences are being torn down. Nobody's helping. The government, the state, nobody. Who's going to fix the fences?
Wow.
You follow what I'm saying? It's absolutely bozo crazy. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to expose this stuff, guys and girls. We're going to expose it. There you go. If you're not fired up, then you know, if you're not fired up and you're not pissed about what's going on, you know, that's just like I go back to, if you see a soldier.
Those aren't complete sentences. If you're not fired up, like just like if you're not fired up, you're not pissed off. Well, just like he goes back to, those aren't complete sentences, buddy.
Pissed about what's going on, you know, that's just like I go back to, if you see a soldier coming back and surprising their family and it don't tear your eyes up, you're probably in the wrong country.
Oh, really, Doug? Would you like to see my reunion back when I snuck home and surprised my wife? Would you like to see that? Would that make you tear up a little bit, Doug? You want to see it? Too bad.
Okay. You
don't get to see it.
Out of here. Here comes Bonafide now. Bonafide.
Hey, you already live?
Yes, sir. We're live right now. I got 1,680 people that just jumped on in a flash. Tell us what's going on down there at the border, brother.
An 8-minute flash.
We just went to, like, I guess you'd call it a town hall meeting.
Uh-huh.
And they changed the chief. I don't know if that's the right title. The guy over the Border Patrol.
Like the commandant of the.
No, I'm pretty sure Bologna Fried was a lot closer. It was the chief officer. Stop saying commandant. That seems weird.
Border Patrol.
An hour before the meeting.
He's at the feed and seed store.
From what I understand, they told a guy that was appointed by Trump, that had a position before him. They told him this morning, they gave him the 3 R's: to retire, relocate, or be removed. And this happened an hour before this town hall meeting. So I recorded the whole thing. It was about an hour and 15 minutes long, and I don't really want to bore you with all that.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a crisis going on here. You won't believe, the people basically now are just leaving their doors on these farms and stuff. They're leaving them unlocked just so that they don't have to repair the locks the next day. It is that bad.
That bad. Hunting
You sit down here. This is Fraud News. Tell everybody who you are.
How you doing? I'm a field correspondent for the Daily Caller.
The Daily Caller. Wait a second. You said we couldn't trust mainstream media, and this wasn't the pre-recorded bullshit from mainstream media. This was live with Bologna Fried. Now we're the Daily Caller's mainstream media. What do we? I don't. What
Welcome to the show, sir.
And we're down here, and you've been down here a lot more than I have. So tell everybody what you've seen. This is Fraud News. We got a deal on YouTube.
Yeah, so one thing for me that I've been taking away, it's much worse when you see it in person. It's a real crisis. It's a humanitarian crisis. Like I just told him, I've been meeting children traveling by themselves as young as 8 years old, 6 years old. I've been meeting mothers who've been.
I don't engage because I don't think we're on the same intellectual level. I think that you came over here after watching these grifters, and you're like, "Oh yeah, Trump's coming back, America." That's why I don't engage. There's nothing here for you. You're not going to take a single thing away from it. If I don't draw it out, maybe even in crayon, I don't think you're going to carry anything back with you.
Sexually assaulted and raped on their journey here. I've met migrants who have been kidnapped and stashed in stash houses. I actually was speaking to a Texas property owner in the McAllen side who said that 3 of his properties were being used by stash houses by the cartels. He had no idea until neighbors were complaining. And it's a real crisis. And the thing is Border Patrol, the resources are all tied up. I mean, it took even Governor Greg Abbott to basically send the state troopers here to somewhat help. It's under Operation Lone Star. We've seen Ron DeSantis sending law enforcement. We got the state of Nebraska also sending law enforcement. So, the law enforcement, Border Patrol, they need any type of help they need. But it's a real crisis. And it's as of right now, it doesn't seem like it's slowing down. It's still record high numbers. I know the month of May finished with still 180 apprehensions. So I don't see it slowing down. And, I think, all I could do is, from my side, is we're just trying to provide as much video coverage to show Americans just the reality.
Yeah, we need to show everybody, because the news is not going to show what's going on down there. It's going to be you guys like you and Bonafide showing us live what's going on. He showed me some video yesterday, and it's just horrific what's going on down here, and it's not being covered. Our borders are wide open. Would you agree?
Oh yeah, they're completely wide open. I mean, all these border towns, they're using up all their resources in dealing with migrants. I mean,
there's no telling who they told this guy they were going to be on with. I guarantee you, he didn't say, "Oh, you're fixing to go on a YouTube channel with 60,000 subs." I mean, like he thought it was something else. I would say the majority of the people, they get to appear right quick, like this Latino housewife in the background. She comes on next. That they didn't know where they were going or what they were doing.
The city of Uvalde only has a total of 5 ambulances for a population of 16,000 people, and the mayor put out last week that 3 of those 5 ambulances were being used for migrants who jumped over the wall and were being injured. So now we're seeing local resources being dried up, and it's leaving the rest of the city, just regular citizens, kind of just empty-handed out here.
Wow, that's just crazy. We need to get the military down there and get
Boner Applied. That was another film that Madison Marquette was in.
Control over our border.
You can't bring the military down here.
Wow. Well, I know there was some years back.
Years ago, I've already researched all that. There's a treaty signed years ago. You cannot use the military to protect our border unless shots are fired.
Now listen right there. He says there's a treaty that was signed years ago. You cannot use the military to protect our border unless shots are fired. That is not true. That is absolutely not true. Will the federal government activate our military to stand up at our border? No. Joe Biden won't. States could call in the National Guard. But as far as federal troops, the actual army, not National Guard, absolutely they can be taken to the border. Absolutely they can. It has nothing to do with shots fired. I read a long time ago there was some type of treaty or something, which he changes that stance not 20 minutes from now.
What I'm gonna do, Doug, is I'm gonna get some locals here,
Okay.
Folks that stood up at the town hall meeting.
All right.
And they're going to tell you their story and how they feel about it. And what I'm doing is I'm having to go in and out of the Ramada here and grab them as I can.
They call her Grandma Coyote. She helps initiate border crossings. I thought they said the military should fire missiles at anybody who's in our water, rockets. That's true. Not to mention, do you guys not remember when they were telling you before last week? They were saying everything at the border was just pantomime. Don't worry about it. It's not really happening. They were telling you that the military was there and in charge. That was not even 10 days ago. Before Doug went to Tampa and met some rancher that claims that his life was threatened and his wife's been yelled at and he was picked up by a mysterious taxi cab that questioned him the whole way home and didn't charge him. Before all that happened, they said that Trump had the military at the border and what you were seeing on the TV was a movie to wake people up. Now, the military's not even allowed at the border. We couldn't even take them there if we wanted to.
Right.
And basically, they're going to tell you their story, and if you got any questions for them, this young lady here
Right.
she stood up and asked a bunch of questions that basically, did you get any answers for? No. Okay. All right, tell everybody what your name is, and this is Doug with Frog News Network.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Doug. Thank you for promoting and bringing awareness to our issue here. My name is Viva Vallejo. I live like 5 minutes from the border.
Her name is Viva A-hole.
Let me tell you, what we see.
If you're trying to look her up for comment.
What we see. Because the Border Patrol is throwing numbers at us, but they're not throwing numbers at us like from the Muslim countries, the Chinese, the Koreans, the Indians, the Pakistanis. We know they're being arrested. We know that some of them are being arrested, but too many of them are getting lost. I know that they hide in their communities, and I know that because they bring money, they then are able to, I think all they need to do is just touch U.S. land, and then they will be able to get a green card because they're going to start a business. Now, the thing here is the NGOs, which are the nonprofits that are helping bring these people, because they supply them with money. They go to their countries and they encourage them. The ones that were coming from the Muslim countries, they were in refugee camps, and the NGOs vetted these people because our federal government is not vetting them. I know that there's a contract.
We're going to skip ahead because they've got a more recent video, but I do want to show you where, first of all, they have some politician who's doing the politician thing. He starts talking about carbon credits. Instead of talking about the border, he starts talking about carbon credits. Let's see if I can find it. Here he is. Okay, hold on. Whoever this wildcat is. Oh, yeah, Mike joins in on his lunch break. This guy must be up for election or something. Check this out.
Thing this morning, right before this big meeting.
I want to take a second to tell these folks who you are.
Hey guys,
Let me turn on the volume just a second.
They can hear me without the volume going up.
Breaking news. Breaking news. Share this out.
Hey guys, Weston Martinez here from the Texas border. I'm running for Texas Land Commissioner. I was governor for almost 7 years for Governor Perry, and I'm pro-life.
He's running for land commissioner.
Pro-Israel, and most importantly, I'm pro-Texas. And while
Whoa, what?
Border, I'm running for Texas Land Commissioner. I was governor for almost 7 years for Governor Perry, and I'm pro-life, pro-gun, pro-family, pro-Israel, and most importantly, I'm pro-Texas.
What the hell does pro-Israel have to do with land commissioner?
That has nothing to do with Texas Land Commissioner. It has everything to do with who I am and the things that I'm going to fight for. And we're down here fighting for securing our border, and we're going to have a press conference right now that you guys are going to tune into. So we'll do a direct video with you guys as soon as he coordinates it. But thank you for what you've been doing.
We're ready to go whenever
Thank you, sir. Share this out, guys. Share this out. Share this out. This is not going to be seen on mainstream media.
Hey, I'm going to turn y'all's volume down here.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That was for all you live media jokesters. I expect a TikTok on that from somebody. But first off, thank y'all for being here today. I'm Weston Martinez, and I'm running for Texas Land Commissioner. I've been a statewide commissioner for several years here in the state of Texas, and we've got people that are joining us, continuing. We just came from a briefing by the new chief of the United States Border Patrol, and we're going to talk briefly about that. I do want to take just a moment to talk about what's going on behind us, and that is our friend Governor DeSantis is dealing with a tragedy in Miami right now. We had lunch with him just a few weeks ago and talked about some of the similar values and ideals that are shared between myself and Governor DeSantis. So
Talk about playing politician. Listen to this.
Nobody is hurt, and that they can resolve the situation quickly.
Jesus Christ, Mike. Put on a patch or go to sleep, one.
One of the things we want to talk about briefly is that, as Texas Land
He looks like an extra from The Walking Dead.
Commissioner,
Look at him. Damn, dude.
Previously, I have actually created legislation in Texas that made human trafficking a death penalty offense. And it was sad to me to learn that in Texas, human trafficking was not a death penalty offense. What was sadder to me is that situation, we were able to get it through the Senate, through the House, but not signed into law by the governor. So those are things that we need to be focused on. Go ahead. And also, we have also been fighting against voter fraud. I worked with Project Veritas to help get the lady arrested in Bexar County that was responsible for widespread voter fraud. In fact, we have one of the candidates here that she infiltrated his campaign in order to find out what was going on. We found out after the fact. But when we look to what's happening, most people don't know. With the Texas General Land Office, there's nothing general about the General Land Office. It's a very highly specific, detailed job that involves managing all of the investments derived from the land that's owned by the General Land Office so that it can fund the veterans benefits and also
Bologna Fried's actually enjoying his Caesar salad while this is going on.
fund the future of children's education in Texas, which includes the permanent school fund, the permanent university fund, and then it does other things like maintains the Texas beaches, runs the Adopt a Beach program, works in concert with
Thank you for the sub.
Parks and Wildlife on any and all leases that take place on that office. But I can tell you that the other thing that it does is maintain
That's right, Barbara.
and we're here in Del Rio, Texas. We just came from the new chief. His first act as chief of the U.S. Border Patrol was addressing a group of citizens. And I can tell you that as General Land Officer, we will make sure that we maintain all of the boundaries of the state of Texas so that no one can come into the state of Texas, whether it's from the Red River or the Rio Grande. No one can come into the state of Texas without coming through the front door.
We will literally launch missiles at them, as advised by Doug Kuzma.
And doing it the right way. And today, we are going to briefly talk about what happened with new Chief Ortiz, right? Ortiz, with the U.S. Border Patrol, and some things that we are going to do as Texas Land Commissioner. I can tell you that we have heard politicians talk our entire lives.
Mike is dead. Mike is dead sitting up at work. Mike has died. I don't know how we get somebody to read the will. I don't know when the memorial services are. Mike is dead at work. Not even the patches could save him. And he wears enough of them, enough to drain fluid from his body. Mike is dead. Can someone please sing "In the Arms of an Angel, far away from here"? I don't know what else to do. It's over with. Mike is dead. Mike looks worse than the animation in Frogger when you get hit by the car. Okay? He is a dead frog. Mike's dead. It was a good long run, Mike. We appreciate it.
And let me tell you what, talk is cheap and walls are expensive. So
Hello.
when we look at what
Somebody brought him back. Somebody yelled his name, then he shook his head like, "No, I wasn't asleep. Nah, I'm wide awake." Anybody see my baggie I had laid up beside my lunchbox?
And walls are expensive.
Huh?
So
No, I wouldn't sleep. No, I was doing something over here.
Statewide commissioner, I can tell you that I have already successfully worked inside of government as a.
If Mike sleeps all day at work, and Mike sleeps all through their show, what the hell does Mike do all night? Cashing his birth certificates?
Private business.
Some bitch probably got 3,000 birth certificates. He's been collecting them. He gets a new copy every 3 months. He gets a new copy every 3 months, just because he thinks he can cash them all in, collectively.
To find ways to secure money so we can do things.
Your channel's gone.
As a statewide commissioner for almost 7 years, while I was
What the
on the Real
fuck?
Estate Commission and chairman of the budget committee for several of those years, it really made me sick that the real estate commission had to rent a building from the state of Texas. If you're in the real estate business, everybody knows it's always better to own if you can. But yet the agency that regulated all the realtors, inspectors, and appraisers did not own their building. So I worked with the other commissioners. I got them to agree that we would start setting aside money, not shirking our responsibilities. And we amassed several $1 million, created a plan
Oh no.
forward to do that. And then after I was off the commission, sad to report, the folks in the Pink Dome saw that there was millions of dollars sitting in an agency, and they came and they took that money. So 2 things we want to point out. Number 1, if you're committed to a plan, you'll actually hit the target. And 2, if you let politicians do what politicians do, they will always try to take whoever's money they can possibly take.
He's so tired of Doug, he can't. It doesn't matter where he's at. He falls asleep when Doug's around. That makes sense.
As land commissioner,
He needs Doug to come over and spend the night in his room one night so he can get a good night's sleep. Stay awake.
of being the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, I've equated it to some people. If you were hiring somebody to be CEO of the King Ranch, what would they need to know about? Well,
Why is he making a throat slashing motion? Is he trying to tell us something? Is this a signal?